Good evening and welcome to ITV News at 11. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. Now for our first report, the reconstructed Oredo Girls Secondary School on our street of First East Circular Road, Benin City, has been inaugurated by Governor Monday Okpebholo, bringing to an end years of abandonment of the learning facility. The reconstruction of the school followed a directive by Governor Okpebholo aimed at ensuring that every child in Edo State has access to quality education in a safe and conducive environment. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchigbu has the details.
Governor Okpebholo, on arrival for the inauguration, was warmly received by jubilant students and staff who expressed gratitude to his administration for reviving what he described as a long-abandoned project and restoring hope to the learning environment. The governor commended the improvement in the school, including staffing and infrastructure boost, describing it as a clear indication that his administration's intervention in the education sector is yielding desired results. He assured the host community and schools management of government's commitment to addressing challenge of power supply and other areas of need.
One thing that gave me joy today is the number of teachers I'm seeing in this school. Because I remember some time ago, I came to one of the schools, I saw just 2 or 3 teachers, but today I'm seeing over 20. That shows that we are on the right direction. We're going to bring the light into this school. We continue to upgrade this school for the betterment of our children.
Earlier, the Commissioner for Education, Dr. Padi Yamu, commended the project as a clear example of practical governance in action. He said the school before the intervention was an eyesore and a hub for nefarious activities.
What you are seeing today is a testament of a governor who is committed, a testament of a governor who is passionate about every Edo child. On behalf of the children, sir, we want to say thank you.
The reconstruction of Oredo Girls Secondary School is part of the Senator Monday Okpebholo-led administration's policy of revamping public schools and improving the quality of teaching and learning in Edo State. Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
Moving on, the Delta State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Aino Adeshola, has linked drug abuse to major causes of murder, especially among youths in the state. Ori correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that CP Aino made the remarks during a media briefing at the police headquarters in Asaba.
The Commissioner of Police, SP Aino Adeshola, reeling out statistics of the achievements in the past year, said the command had sustained fight against courtesan, kidnapping, and drug abuse following a series of intelligence which led to the raids of hideouts of the criminal elements. SP Aino said he has, however, directed area commanders, divisional police officers to sustain raiding of hideouts of all drugs cartel across the 25 local government areas of the state and bring perpetrators to justice.
The command under my leadership will not relent in their fight against sales and abuse of drugs. We will continue to raid every suspected areas, hideouts, and criminal houses where drugs are being peddled. We will not let them rest. I also urge the members of the public, particularly those in the state, to support and cooperate with the state government and police in the fight against crime.
The Commissioner of Police later displayed illicit drugs recovered from the drug barons and weapons recovered from the hoodlums. SP Aino reaffirmed the command's commitment to the protection of life and property and assured residents of adequate security across the state. From Asaba, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
Moving now to Niger State, where the governor of the state, Umaru Mohammed Bagu, has issued 2-month ultimatum to residents of Kainji Lake Forest to vacate the area for resettlement to avoid colossal damage as government perfects plans to bombard the forest and reclaim it from bandits. Governor Bagu disclosed this during a second condolence visit to the Emir of Bogu, Alhaji Mohammed Danturu. Correspondent Ma Mohammed has the details.
While condoling with the people of Bargu for the second time, Governor Umar Muhammad Bago urged the Emir of Bargu and other traditional rulers to cooperate with security agents by revealing the identity of informants in their community. He said the activities of informants are posing serious threat, thereby sabotaging the efforts of the government in the fight against banditry.
Now it's a call on all these communities to leave the Kainji Lake and come out and be resettled by the Emir Council in a place where they become big towns. So we have given an ultimatum of 2 months that every community that is within that forest should come out and we'll resettle them. So we are very serious about it. We are going to take over this forest. We are going to burn it down. We are going to smoke them, and we are going to make sure that that land becomes very, very habitable.
In his response, the Emir of Bargu, His Royal Highness Alhaji Muhammad Dantoro, declared his full support to the government in the effort to rid the forest of banditry.
The informants are within us, and we know, and we are assuring the governor and the people that we will flush them out accordingly, inshallah. We will not leave any stone unturned, because the security of our people and their property is paramount important to us.
It is the hope of residents that this measure will be a stepping stone towards ending the prolonged banditry in the Kainji Lake Forest in Niger State, where hundreds of people were killed while others were kidnapped. From Mina, Niger State Headquarters, Ma Mohammed, ITV News.
Now, the Nigeria Police Force has confirmed that an abduction incident did take place at Kermin Wali community in Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State following days of denial, uncertainty and conflicting reports. A statement issued by the Force Public Relations Officer CSP Benjamin Hundeyi acknowledged that the incident, which sparked fear and anxiety among residents, was initially disputed during a meeting of the Kaduna State Security Council convened by Governor Uba Sani. He explained that subsequent verification from operational units and intelligence sources has confirmed that the incident did occur. According to the force, some individuals from the affected local government area described the report as false, creating uncertainty and the need for further verification by security agencies. The police explained that comments earlier made by the Commissioner of Police in Kaduna State, Rabiu Muhammad, which were widely interpreted as a denial, were in fact aimed at preventing public panic while details were being confirmed. The police say tactical units have been deployed, patrol intensified, and targeted search and rescue operations are underway to locate and safely rescue the victims while restoring calm to the area. It, however, appealed to the public and the media to rely only on official sources for verified information and to avoid speculation that could jeopardize ongoing operations. Now with that report, we've come to the end of ITV News at 11. I am Chukufum Nanya Digwe. Thank you for watching. Good night.
ITV. Certain.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine already. Always near Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you of your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe.
Oh, wow.
And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sotun rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upoma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. Vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where women talk and discuss and keep, do everything that makes us to be women and be the best women that we can be. We also talk about men, but like I said, just a little about men, really. Without the men, there won't be women, so we always talk about them. We have also talked about the children, where we bring in the children's discussion, how to help them grow positively in the Word of God and in every right form as being children. Anyway, welcome to today's episode of WIC. I am Patricia Urumu-Gabriels, and as usual, I have my women in the house. I have Abe Abiodun in the house. Abiodun, it's nice to have you again today.
Yes, I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much.
You are looking so pretty. Anyway, we know the secret.
Beautiful.
Thank you. But we know the secret behind this looking good.
Really?
Should I say it out?
What is it?
Yeah, Abby just got back from the UK. And so, you know, she has all the weather, all the beautiful things in the UK rolling in her. Now, we hope that Nigeria weather doesn't
the cold, you mean? I had to run back.
No, Nigeria won't happen to her, but the traffic might happen to her. Anyway, I also have Mercy in the house. Mercy is the police officer who is guiding us here. If you try us, you will get them hot. And then I also have my own boss, Princess Edith. Let me tell you about Princess Edith. Like I keep saying, she's the CEO of Freeget Gold Global. She is into fashion. You see what she's wearing? She is into fashion. So she's our fashionista on this table. Thank you again for joining us on WIC. We're going to be rolling the balls straight up. We're going to be talking about distance marriage. Let's ask the question. Let me just throw the question on the table. Does distance marriage help in building the marriage, or it helps to destroy the marriage? What's your take about it, Abiodun?
I think there's distance marriage, there's advantages and there's disadvantages. To me, it has to do with communication, trust, and an agreement. You know, you can't just say, husband just fly away and say, oh, I'm going to be living in this country without an agreement. There should be an agreement with both parties to say that, okay, you know, obviously there's a reason for that distance to be. It could be because of papers, it could be because the work commitments, and it could be for 4 or 5 years. So you have an agreement that, okay, maybe every other month, you know, I'll come or you come. I've seen, you know, where it's worked, where there's been agreement and where there's been trust, and, you know, it's worked and for a couple of years. And I've also seen where it has scattered the marriage. Do you understand? Where the other side feels disadvantaged. Oh, you left me with all the kids. You know, I'm doing everything. Money is not everything. You're sending me money, but that's not. I want your presence. I need, you know, my husband home. And, you know, and there are things where the man, if you're aware as well, disadvantage of infidelity, you know, adultery and all those kind of things. So so there's advantages and the disadvantages, but I feel that it can work if there's an agreement, if both of you have an agreement and you talk about the insecurities and everything. You know, as a woman, you know, and I'll say, listen, I know you're going away, but how would you manage not having sex for a year? You know, can you manage that? There's some men that can't manage that. So how are you going to cope? So you've got to have where, okay, how are we going to do it? Are you going to come down every other month or so? In some cases, they can't come down because of that. So, but you have to talk about these things of being faithful to one another, have the fear and, you know, and committed that none of you are going to do anything outside. Those talks has to take place before that, so that you're all on the same page and know that, you know, that would make the woman not be anxious. And also the man as well. There's some that was like, they don't know what the woman is doing, and they'll be thinking, oh, can she cope? Can she? So you got to talk, and you got to know your man. If it's the man that you know that he's like that, then maybe when he's away, you need to contact. Thank God for iPhone. You know, at least you can talk till late and whatever, and keep yourself company and all that stuff. So there's advantages and disadvantages. But the key is communication, commitment, and an agreement to me.
Thank you. Okay, I'm coming to you, Mercy. Okay, she has said there's disadvantage and advantages. Yes, I also agree with that. In everything, there's disadvantages and advantages. But we have seen so many scenarios where sometimes the man comes back and then there's clashes and all that, and he decides to run a DNA, and the children are not his, even when there was communication, just like she said, that the most important thing is communication. So what else do you think should be done to, you know, have a distance marriage?
When we talk about distance marriage, I tell people the first thing first is the marriage itself. There is a foundation that we need to look into before we decided to go our, you know, 2 separate ways, probably because of what we are pursuing. The question is, what was the marriage like? What has it been like? Okay, recently I was discussing with a couple, who also, funny enough, when I saw this story, that was the first thing that came to my mind. Okay, they've been away for a while now, but there's this bridge in communication. So the question now is that, okay, while she was with you here in Nigeria, what has been the communication like? So all this while, probably he didn't take note because they were always sleeping together in the room, waking up, everybody go their separate way. But there had already been a drift
in communication.
Before she left Nigeria. So now she left Nigeria, you feel for months she's not ready.
She left.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was an agreement.
Okay.
The both parties agreed, okay, go do some, you have more chances and all of that. So she is not in Nigeria, and apparently now the communication is not there. So now you are feeling that it is because she went to whatever it is, that is why the bridge in common. But the question is, you didn't put your eyes into the very things you were supposed to put your eyes in before she left Nigeria. So the communication gap had been there even while she was in Nigeria. So it was just like going out was an opportunity for her to just let me just go. I beg this guy, you are too much, that kind of thing. So what I want to say in respect to distance marriage is not the key to whether building or destroying. The point there is that what is the state of the marriage before you choose to go into distance. So I want to say distance marriage, whatever it is it may be, it can only amplify whatever the state of the relationship was before the distance came in. So whatever you see now as a result of maybe when everybody go their separate way for a period of time, it is a reflection of what it was at the beginning before they went their separate. So for me, I want to say, for anybody that is choosing to do a distant marriage, number one, you need to check the state of your marriage. If it is something you can both look and say, okay, we are good enough to say, okay, keep distance and be fine. So the state of the marriage will determine how healthy the marriage will be, even when you keep that distance from yourselves.
Edith, she says the state of the marriage will determine how healthy the marriage will be when there's a distance marriage. What's your take on this?
Oh, yeah, she's very correct. For you to go into distance marriage, there has to be agreement. There has to be trust, understanding, commitment in that relationship or in that marriage. Are you getting it? You'll be committed to the extent that you wouldn't want to do things your spouse will be pleased with, or things you won't be proud of. Are you getting it? So when you are going to a distant marriage, the distant marriage is not for the faint-hearted. It's not for the faint-hearted, because you have to be prepared for it physically, emotionally, and otherwise. This man is not going, or this spouse is not going to be with you physically all the time. Especially for those spouse or partner that are in foreign country, you have to know their time, the time they go to work. They will have time difference. Our time zone. Then we have at times 9 hours difference, 7 hours difference. You have to know this and master it, so that you won't be encroaching to another person's time of rest or time of work. Are you getting it? So you have to also work on yourself. It's not a matter of just going, my husband wants to travel, my wife wants to travel. Okay, right, you just sign it. Are you prepared for it? A lot of things are going to come along the line. Now this man is going to go into a strange land to look for a greener pasture. The time zone, the work, here in Africa, when we are working, you can go with your phone and do whatever you are doing. Right there, you can't go with your phone. There's a place, maybe you drop your phone, you put your phone on silent. There are some people, if they can't reach your phone, that's another war. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
You have called for trouble, like I call you are not picking up. Are you ready for all that? Are you ready to explain and explain and explain? So when you are going into a distant marriage, be ready for explanation. Be ready to be patient. Be ready to explain and explain and explain again. Because some people don't want to hear anything. Then be ready to be faithful to the glare of everybody. Not just being faithful in your heart. I'm faithful, I'm not doing anything stupid. I'm not doing anything that my partner will not be approved of. Or be ready to be faithful to be glaring of everybody, that if you say, so time I am going to so place, and you are at that place. So time I am at this place, and you are at that place. You'll be able to prove it. I was there. A so person was there with me. Then if you have what they call understanding and trust. Trust will not just be built, or was not built in a day, or cannot be built in a day. You have to start building it. right where you guys are together. Like Messi said, some people, they have growth things in their heart. And you, whenever you are together as spouse, we should learn to also forget and forgive and forget. Some people, they forgive, they don't forget. Yes. And that's why I like saying things out. We talk about it and we move on. Some people like to put things under the carpet. Mind you, those people, they have not forgotten, they've not forgiven, they've not healed. They are waiting for the appropriate time to pay you back. Vendetta. They are very good at that.
What did she call it? Vendetta.
That's not marriage. They are waiting for the right opportunity to pay.
So when they go, they just leave from there.
They are waiting. They will patiently wait. You know, they are what they call. My pastor will say, "Evil patience." They are waiting. Wow. Yes, they are waiting patiently, and they have their ulterior motive. If I leave this man, what I go do this girl? What I go use this girl do? What I go use this man do? They are planning it. That's why you see somebody just left within 2 years. They are somebody else. They are not somebody else. They've been like that. But you didn't see the red line. You didn't see those red flags. You didn't see those character. She hid it, or the man hid them. They stuck them in, waiting for the right opportunity for them to pay you back.
Mercy, let me come back to you. So like we said, the disadvantages and advantages, have you mentioned that. Now we have talked about this distance marriage. Do you think the disadvantage is more or the advantage is more?
Like I mentioned earlier, the foundation is what I'm saying. You say the scripture saying the foundation will be destroyed.
What can the righteous do?
So the point here now is, if the foundation is so solid, there are chances that the advantages will be more as against the disadvantages. So, but if you bring it to the statistics, general statistics of what we are saying today, we'll get to say that most times what we are saying, the disadvantage is more with the realities of what we are saying now. Because there was a time that infidelity was not a woman thing. But now it's now
because we're seeing a lot of children not being the children of the man in the house.
See, infidelity is like, now you do me,
I do you back.
You know the pain.
You get. If it were in the old times when it was believed that even if it happened, it is the men thing, it is not women. Then you can say, okay, most times likely we can say, okay, the advantage of distant marriage can still. But now the disadvantage there is that beyond the fact that it will affect the marriage, which is the direct husband and wife, it are also affecting the children. So you see a lot of children coming out from dysfunctional homes, and it's also going to reflect the kind of marriage they will also build. So this thing is not just stopping with just one generation. It's moving from one generation to another generation to another generation. The disadvantage here, it's not the distance marriage, it's the foundation that is faulty. That is affecting whatever it is, that is going to affect whatever it is you are building on top of it. So I think the root cause of what we should be treating now is, how do you build your marriage? What is the foundation of your marriage? Is it solid enough to be able to raise children that will build a viable, we are talking about continuity. Marriage is something that it should not just end with, it doesn't end with us.
Okay. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, I'm going to be asking Abiodun one more last question on that topic. Please stay. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation, WIC. I still have Abiodun, Mercy, and Princess Edith in the house. We were talking about distance relationship. Before we leave that topic, I want to ask Abiodun one last question. I have heard certain people say that distance relationship, it could be marriage, it could be just cutting or dating, like, whatever you want to choose. They have said it pays them better because the love tends to rejuvenate when their spouse comes back. It looks like they're starting afresh. They're excited to have the partner back. Is it true, or what's your take on that? Do you think it is an advantage to that distance marriage, or it's just someone's perception?
I think it depends, because it's all based on individual personality. Because I've heard that as well, that when you're away, you know, you get to reflect more, you get to appreciate the person more. So when they come, which is true, you know, sometimes when you're by yourself, you know, you reflect more, you get to know, you know, you get to think about that person more. So maybe then you just get to appreciate. So when they now come, you know, so it can help. But, and then I know in counseling as well, sometimes they tell you to give each other space. You know, when when there's like domestic violence, you know, they tell, you know, to give each other space to see how things go. And then after that, the woman and the man now start to really think how valuable this person. So I think space helps. It does help, because when you look at yourself sometimes, when you're in your quiet time, yeah, you get to think better, you get to reflect more than when somebody is always in your face and all that stuff. You know, because when you're a husband, you know, you just have that time not with your husband. And I think it does help. It does help. But yeah, it has to be based on agreement, because some women and some men, you have to know your man cannot be away for too long. And it's not probably not healthy as well.
Because if you know, based on I love the word you said, personality, because for some persons who naturally, there are some people naturally don't like staying with people for too long. So if that kind of person gets married, there are tendencies that they will get tired of their spouse over time. So that is where God brings me to the issue of mentality. You need to work on your perspective and work on your mindset before you go into marriage, especially for people like that. There are tendencies that you get tired of your spouse if you are not careful.
Yeah, I was saying something. I have a young couple like that. She's just a young girl, and she got married. I was like, when are you joining your husband? She said, sister, I'm okay here in Lagos. I was like, you're just a young girl. You need each other. I was trying to encourage, say, sister, I appreciate your love. You see, if we come together, I don't think this thing will last. She told me this. I had to shut her down. Like, no, don't say that word. That's a negative word. She said, no, you guys go school, me and guys go school. I know I make we day together. So as it's there and I'm here, we appreciate it. You can see from the outset, she know the kind of man she has. No, but distance to some extent, it also help in some relationship. There are some people that don't like people in their space. They don't like when you know this too closeness. You bring quarrel, bring disagreement, you argue over it. There are some people, once they arrange shoe here, they want to meet the shoe there. And in marriage, it's not like that. You drop your handbag there, you want to come back next tomorrow and meet 3 days time, you want to meet the handbag there. In marriage, it's not like that. Be expecting that somebody will just put the handbag and trade somewhere else. You understand? Be ready to accommodate anything. But you know, so because they are like that, they want somebody that would be far away whenever they come. Maybe it's 3 days.
Just a few days or few weeks.
3 days, 4 days, they will just be lovey-dovey, and there's no disagreement, no much, you're not on my face, I'm not your face. They like it like that. It keeps their relationship stronger and longer.
Very soon, we'd like to know your takes on this. Very, very soon, you'll be having a calling into this program, so we know your takes on this. Mercy, we're going to say something.
Yes, because these are life skills that we grow up with as children. Ability to accommodate people, tolerate people, be patient with people. So if you don't have these life skills, there are tendencies that it reflects in your marriage, just like what we are saying. And that kind of atmosphere cannot build a solid, so to say, I stand to be corrected, but for me, I feel whether you like it or not, the marriage will not be. It's just like everybody is like, okay, let me do my things myself. But after a while, we'll come back again. We feel that way, maybe we rejuvenate and all of that. But any which way, it will have a space. It will affect the marriage. Okay, what if they start having children? What happens?
No, if they start having children, for somebody that doesn't want the spouse to live with them,
yes,
they understand each other. They understand their language. See, if two of a kind married, they won't break up. You know that. If two people of a kind get to meet each other, they will understand their language. You, the other person that they see, they will be wondering, what are these people doing together? They know what they are doing.
Okay, we're going to be moving on, because if we stick on this distance marriage thing, we won't get out of this. I want us to move on to matchmaking. Matchmaking, since we're talking marriage, matchmaking. Abiodun, Abiodun is almost opening an office for that. Yes. So, is it right to matchmake two people?
You know what? Yeah. I like doing this, yeah, but whether it's right or wrong, somebody told me off the other day that that don't do things like that, because when if it goes wrong, and they'll blame you, so don't do it. Let God take his course. But I said, but at least all I'm doing is like connect and say, take me, do you like it, and leave it. She said even that, because she said that something happened to her. That a friend made her with our own friend, and when they went out on a date, she found out that the guy was in love with her friend.
Oh no! So it wasn't a sincere matchmaking.
But she didn't know. She didn't know.
The friend
did not know the match. The friend did not know because the other friend was going out with somebody else. But she was just thinking, this guy is single, not knowing that this guy was in love with her instead of So things like that make her. And then she was like, "What are we here for?" And she just found out after talking to him, it was just about the girl, and then he actually opened up. I'm just saying things like that. So it's but I like to just like, I see somebody that's single and I know somebody else that's single. Let's see, I think that, it might work, but sometimes it's not that. You need to really pray about it. Yeah, you need to now wear your spiritual
glasses.
Even when you wear your spiritual cap and you feel that maybe this, but did you hear from God? Did God actually show you that this, because apparently, it's not you that finds it. Say he who finds a wife finds a good thing. So the man has to find her.
But believe me, you could find your good thing from anywhere. I could go visit Edith now, and a friend is visiting her, and he sees me and likes me.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know?
So, but it might hold on, Edith. It might not approach me immediately. Okay, he will want to talk to his friend.
Yeah, sure.
This is your friend.
How you see him?
I like her. So that's also matchmaking.
Yeah, you can encourage.
No, that's not matchmaking.
Okay, there's this lady in the UK. Your UK. And then
she... I'm going to take us there.
Really, the colds. I'd rather be in
So her friend, she's been disturbing her friend here in Nigeria because she had lost her husband so many years ago. So she's been disturbing the friend. I'm just lonely. The children are all grown up. I need a friend, I need a partner, I need, someone I could. And then the friend decided to introduce someone who also had lost his wife to her. Now, why I'm bringing up this story is what you said.
Okay.
He is not the talking type. He's not one person that wants to start calling you every minute and how you doing? And, he calls like once in a blue moon and he goes like, how are you today? Have you eaten? Okay. And it cuts all the conversation. So, but this person, the lady is very upset with who had introduced them.
Okay.
So that's where you come in, not wanting to introduce or even matchmake, because sometimes it's a headache.
At the end of the day,
she is very upset. She's been calling this her friend in Nigeria. Why do you introduce someone like this to me? Blah, blah, blah. And the friend says, I know him. He's a nice person, but he's a gentle person. But she's not wanting to accept it.
What does she want?
So the guy should be calling her every minute.
You see, what we want, what I want in a relationship may not be what you want. But ability to come to terms with what is on ground matters. Now you have a relationship. When you don't have a relationship, you were crying foul, looking for who will help you. Now you have seen a friend that introduced somebody to you, and the guy, like you said, is a gentleman. What else are you looking for? Oh, you can. Why don't you go outside and look for the one that will be calling you every 2 minutes?
The Jagaban.
So now it has to be where the communication comes in. Let the man or the guy know that your communication is poor.
Not meeting up.
It's not meeting up.
It's not meeting up. Mercy. Why you train 111?
No, it's poor. You have to.
Don't die in silence.
Don't die in silence. So bring it up. Like, can we talk about this? Your communication is really not meeting up and it's poor. Can you increase the volume? Can you increase the
Yes.
So that at least where you used to call maybe once a day, can you make it twice?
Yeah.
You know, he's a gentleman. You have to start whining him. Sorry, you have to start whining him. To him.
Bye.
There are some people you have to tune like television.
To get
this
what you want out of them.
So if this lady in question is a mature lady, you know how we do things now. The only Gen Z know they sabi do those things.
You know what? The Gen Z knows it more than you now.
No, in their way. It work for them in their way. Okay. So now, if you are able to work on this man, please increase this tempo. I actually like you, and I like what we have. I don't want to lose it. Not going back to fight the person that introduced you. He didn't do you any bad. Rather, he does you good. You understand? So now, talk to this guy. Can you increase this tempo? And if you talk to him, you know this language now. People talk to people. People understand.
Yeah.
Is that PDP?
So where are we coming from?
So where are you coming from?
There's a place that we all need to understand in terms of personality and our individual differences. So I tell people there's a place of adjustment. Yes, I agree the man can adjust.
Yeah.
But with the tempo of that kind of woman, he cannot adjust to the level of that woman. So the woman has to come to a middle point.
They have to meet at the middle.
So you understand where both of them, their communication will be able to, match up. You understand? So the woman should not expect that the man will meet her at her level.
Men naturally,
that understanding.
Men naturally don't actually communicate like that, just like women. Women will like everybody, especially when you are in love. Especially when the love is just fresh, or when the relationship is just fresh. You want this, how are you doing? What are you eating? What do you eat? How does that change anything?
Oh my God.
Are you getting it? So there are people like that. Then when you are a very busy person, you won't have time for what do you eat? What are you eating? What have you not eaten? You get, so if you know your free time and you know how to manage it, so you have to, like you said, she has to also manage her what she wants, and the guy has to also increase the tempo so that they will meet at the junction.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I just say one more thing? My stepmom told me, thank you. Recently, she said, you must know your man, and then I heard something, I think from a woman's program. She said when she married her husband, because you need to understand the man, his background, where he was brought up. He might have been brought up where the mom and Kenny had separate bedrooms, they were not so close. So she said when she got married, that birthdays, the man does not celebrate birthdays, didn't give her present and everything. For years, she was very depressed and everything. After a while, she would buy the presents and give it to him to present to her and teach him. She started to teach him. She started to what she wanted in her mind. Because there's a lot of things that he wasn't doing, like the calls and all that.
Maturity.
And then she started to teach him, and now he's like he's now so used to.
So, but that is not to say that we should be.
I was going to conclude with that. Is it one second? Is it right to matchmake or wrong?
Right.
I think it's okay. It's depending.
Okay. Is it okay to matchmake?
For me, it's
not your thing.
It's not a thing for me.
Is it right to matchmake?
It is very right to matchmake. It is right
to matchmake. Anyway, we are opening an office for matchmaking very soon. And it will be announced. The head of the department will be announced. And the office address and the telephone number will be announced very shortly. Thank you for joining us on today's episode on WIC. I hope you girls enjoyed yourself.
Oh, definitely.
And I'm sure our viewers are catching fun. Join us again same time tomorrow. My name is Patricia Uwemike.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
All right, a very good morning to you. You're welcome to the program this morning on ITV. Of course, when you hear that sound and of course you see the visuals, definitely you know that it is the ultimate program on your television this morning on ITV. We call it TMI, and of course it's one show where to begin your day every day. My name is Evan Sunokogi, and I'll be your guest, I'll be your anchor, definitely. On this program today. Well, we're going to be having a guest on the program today. And, there's something we're going to be doing in Benin today. I mean, talking about alternative dispute resolution, one show way that it looks as if we've not looked into when it comes to, resolving issues and all that. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I know that if you look at, the way disputes are being resolved and all that, there should be better ways. So that's what we're going to be talking about today on the program this morning on ITV. And we tend to have a retired Chief Judge with us, on the program. So it's going to be very, very educative and also, entertaining too, if you like. So I urge you to sit back as the program will go on this morning. Well, not always alone on this program. I have my co-anchors. Yes, my co-anchors, we'll get to see them. Abuja is there, and also we also have Lagos too. So all of us will ensure that we'll bring you all that you're going to be watching today on the program this morning on ITV. You check your dates. Today is the 21st day of January 2026. So you can see how January has so moved. We've got about approximately about 10 more days to go before the end of January. So around this, by next week, Wednesday, so we'll just be counting a matter of 2-3 days, and we'll say bye-bye to January. I think this January has been one of the fastest, as far as I'm concerned, in the past 5 years. I mean, imagine that's a very long month that seems will never end. We have just about 1 week to go before it goes out. So you can see how short this January has been. So how has it really been for you, and how have you kept with your resolutions, your New Year resolutions? It's one thing that you must begin to think about. I mean, it's good to make resolutions. Like for me, I don't make resolutions. All I do is to look for alternative ways of doing things so that I can have a better me. All right, so I have Patricia in Lagos. Patricia, my co-anchor in Lagos. Patricia, a very good morning to you.
Very good morning to you. You look so smart.
Well, thank you so much. You look so beautiful too,
Thank you.
All right, so how is Lagos this morning?
Lagos is amazing. Good weather this morning.
Okay, talking about weather now, I don't know whether in Benin, around in the evening yesterday, it was threatening to rain. The weather became cloudy, the sky became cloudy, and of course, we had some breeze trying to come in and all that. So I was wondering whether we're going to be having early rainy season this year. Some of us are still expecting the Harmattan, and little do we know that this is at the end of January, and in another 1 week time we're going to be in February. So I don't know whether we're going to be having a Harmattan period that is going to stretch into February.
Anyway, talking about rain, we had rain here in Lagos yesterday, and this morning the weather seems to be very cold, and then maybe we're having a Harmattan already. Anyway, I'm not here alone. I am here with Wilson Omosha. Wilson, good morning.
Well, good morning, Patricia. We're talking about the weather. It's like what we do not expect. There's a turn in the weather. When you're expecting Harmattan, you don't get to see Harmattan. When you're expecting the rain, it's getting too much. And of course, the heat just comes and goes. Talk about haze and the rest of them. You just can't predict the weather anymore, just as you just cannot predict the situation in our country. And that brings us to what we have on this network studio, Lagos Network Center. Yeah. Release of 70 bandits, if not more than that. And of course, the exit of some citizens from Sokoto State because of the threat of Turuji. Patricia, how did we really get to this point?
Wilson is, I don't know what language or English to use in talking about the bandits and the release of the 70 bandits. 70 bandits.
It's like history repeating itself. You get to hear amnesty for bandits, and after the ones they've repented right now, in quote, you enlist them to the military. I mean, Nigerian military. What in the world is happening? This time around, saying push them out of the society. You can reintegrate them. They've repented. I mean, do they have a parameter to measure repentance?
And is that safe enough to push them to the society? Because we're not even sure of their repentance.
Yeah.
So
you get to hear they have to rehabilitate them, you have to reorientate them, you have to, bring them back to normal, default setting. One that have tasted blood, that have killed so many persons, that have done so many things, and you are saying they're okay to go back to the society.
I am so worried. They might even be sending information to their colleagues.
My fear,
Yes.
exactly, my fear. Anyway, Evans, that's what we have from the Lagos Network Center, all about security, because Nigerians are like worried. It wasn't like this years ago. Why are we in this situation despite the intervention of the U.S., the bombing and the rest of them, thinking that it will just bring everything down to the barest minimum? It's like the situation is getting worse.
But after the bombing, we didn't get to hear of it for at least a little period of time.
All of a sudden, it spiked. So what is really going on?
So are we saying the bombing didn't help? The Americans coming didn't help?
I think that's where our guest will come into the picture to really let us, get to know what is really happening from his own point of view, his own perspective on how we can really get out of this situation. Believe me, Pat, it is getting worrisome.
Okay. Before we dive into that, we're going to be going straight to our newspaper headlines review this morning.
All right, not to worry. Before we dive into the past review, Patricia, I think we should go back to Benin to get to hear what Inuogata will have to say to us this morning.
Sure.
The business coach should be around right now to tell us what's really going on in the business arena, how to really compose, how to really, how will I put it now, view our guests and make things better. Evans, over now to you.
Yeah, we're saying, Patricia, thank you so much. We're back to Benin now, and we're going to be joining the corporate trainer, Inuogata Nusakai, so that he gets on what he has to tell us today. Well, we're saying, Patricia, I'm happy that you are talking about security, and I'm also happy that the government is beginning to look at alternative ways of fighting insecurity in the country. And we hear state government talking about the application of drones and all that, and that's one sure way to go. So what we are talking about is, I mean, you cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a difference. No way. I mean, people will call that madness. So if you do the same thing, you expect a difference, it doesn't work out. You try another thing, and definitely it's going to be working out. So that brings us back to what we're going to be talking about again in Benin. Talking about alternative ways of, resolving disputes in our courts and in Nigeria, in our lifestyle, in us as a people. That's what we're going to be talking about today on the program in Benin. All right, so we'll take a short pause now so that we join the corporate trainer, Inuogata Nusakai. Please stay tuned.
Inuogata Nusakai is the amiable name, and I'm so elated to come your way this morning and add value to what you do, whether as an entrepreneur, self-employed, no matter the sphere you play, the game in different industry out there, I'm always available to make sure that the needed value is added to help you just push things to the next level of growth. And, the last time I started a conversation on the topic, driving workplace productivity with emotional intelligence. And this morning, we are going to push it further. We are going to look at leveraging the pillars of emotional intelligence to drive workplace productivity. Remember, emotional intelligence is your ability to ensure or achieve workplace emotional stability with the knowledge of how to manage your emotions and also the knowledge of how to manage the emotions of your team members. And there are 5 pillars of emotional intelligence. Some people also call it 5 components of emotional intelligence. And we'll be looking at them from today. It may take us probably another 3 months or so for us to really dig into it, because we are going to be looking at it from not just a theoretical or a conceptual perspective. We are going to be looking at it from a practical perspective, from case scenario perspective. This morning we are going to be looking at one, case scenario in the public service. And the 5 pillars of emotional awareness, of emotional intelligence, is emotional awareness, self-regulation, empathy, motivation, and then also you have social skills. And this morning we are looking at self-awareness, which is the foundation, the very foundational pillar of emotional intelligence. Now, self-awareness is having a deep understanding of your emotion, strengths, weaknesses, drives, and need. That is self-awareness. And self-awareness further extending to having a deep understanding of how your emotion, of how your strengths, how your weaknesses, how your drives and needs affect your behavior. Very important. Self-awareness is having a deep understanding of how your emotion, your strengths, your weaknesses, your drives and needs affect other people. Self-awareness is having a deep understanding of how your emotions, your strengths, your weaknesses, your needs and drive affect your performance at work. Very, very important. So at the end of the day, summarily, self-awareness is recognizing your emotional triggers and how they affect outcomes. So self-awareness, you have an understanding, a deep understanding of your emotions, of your strengths, of your weaknesses, of your drive, on your needs, and how they affect your behavior, affect other people, and then affect performance outcome in the workplace. So it is a very foundational, critical part of emotional intelligence. And this morning, like I said, we are going to be looking at it from a case scenario perspective. And this is how we are going to look at all the different pillars or components of emotional intelligence as we progress into the year 2026. So this morning, I'm going to be bringing up a case scenario from the public service. It's a public service example. I will read the case scenario. We'll look at it together. And if you have any questions, any inquiries you want to ask about it, then with my email, just send those questions across, and then we'll see how we take things to the next level. So I'm going to read the public service case scenario example now. In a Nigerian State Ministry of Science and Technology, the permanent secretary oversees several directors responsible for ICT, innovation, finance, human resources, and project delivery. The ministry is under intense pressure to deliver a state digital skills program before the end of the fiscal year. The permanent secretary is competent and highly committed, but under pressure from tight political deadlines, he becomes impatient during meetings. He interrupts his directors, raises his voice, and pushes for instant results. Over time, his direct reports stop speaking frankly, meetings become quiet, problems are hidden, and delays worsen. After repeated setbacks, the head of human resources shares confidential feedback with him. This prompts a moment of reflection. This is where self-awareness now, entered into the narrative. The permanent secretary realizes that pressure in his emotional, the permanent secretary recognizes that pressure is his emotional trigger and impatience is his default reaction. So self-awareness has entered in. As a result of the feedback from the head of human resources, he now gets to understand that he's getting to understand, becoming self-aware. He said the permanent secretary realizes that pressure is his emotional trigger, self-awareness has come in, and impatience is his default reaction, self-awareness. More importantly, he recognizes that his behavior is creating fear and silence rather than performance. Remember my definition of self-awareness. I said it is having a deep understanding of how your emotions, your strengths, your weaknesses, your drives and needs affect your behavior, affect the behavior of other people, and also affect performance outcomes. That is self-awareness, and that is what is playing out here. The permanent secretary, has come to that understanding, that self-awareness, that his trigger, his emotional trigger is the political, deadline he has been given, and he has become impatient, and the default reaction, the effect of his emotional, outburst on performance is now, the situation whereby he has created negative silence, a situation where nobody's talking anymore, and then performance outcome has been affected. Let me continue. He said, armed with this self-awareness, he makes a conscious change. Yes, that is the essence of self-awareness, to enable you make change that will positively affect performance outcomes. Armed with this self-awareness, he makes a conscious change. He begins to manage his emotions because of self-awareness, not just his people. So leadership is totally just about managing people, which is a critical part of leadership. Leadership is also the ability to manage your own emotion. Remember the definition of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is your ability to ensure positive emotion in the workplace with the knowledge of how to manage your emotion and also manage the emotion of the people that you are leading, the emotion of your team members. So I will take this paragraph again. He said, armed with this self-awareness, he makes a conscious change. He begins to manage his emotions, not just his people. Meetings become calmer and more structured as a result of that self-awareness that led to emotional management by the permanent secretary. Meetings become calmer and more structured. He listens more, asks questions instead of issuing commands, and openly encourages honest feedback from his directors. The impact is immediate. Directors begin to speak up early about challenges. Issues are addressed before they become crises. Trust improves, collaboration increases, and the digital skills program is delivered on schedule. That is the beauty of self-awareness. That is the power of self-awareness, which is, a pillar, the foundational pillar of emotional intelligence. So this public service case scenario on self-awareness shows internal self-awareness as well as external self-awareness. Internal self-awareness is the permanent secretary recognizing his triggers, which are, the pressure from tight political deadlines and also his impatience. And this led him to external self-awareness, which is recognizing how his behavior affected outcomes in the ministry. So as a result, at the end of the day, he was able to now make a decision to positively impact outcome in that very ministry. So the essence of self-awareness is to see to it that the kind of behavior that will resonate positive emotion, which will result to a positive outcome in the workplace, is achieved. That is the essence of self-awareness. And this is what we are going to be doing as we progress into this series, into the year, February, March, as we just make progress into 2026. I know you will have some questions, and that is why my email, is right there on the screen, inuagata@gmail.com. Forward your questions across, forward your inquiries, and I will just meticulously look at them and then forward you the necessary response that will help you to build that needed emotional intelligence. Remember the definition of emotional intelligence. It is your ability as a leader to achieve emotional stability in the workplace with the knowledge of how to manage your emotions and the knowledge of how to manage the emotion of your people. We have just looked at a case scenario, under the self-awareness pillar of emotional intelligence. And next week, we may still look at more case scenario under the self-awareness. And then before we move to self-regulation, move to motivation, move to empathy, and we just take things forward. I believe that profound value have been added to you today. And stay with me next week as I continue on this trajectory. And when I return, my name will still remain the amiable Inuagata No Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI, and from the Lagos Network Center, I want to go through what our papers are saying this morning. Of course, thank you so much, Inuagata, for the particular talk this morning. Emotional intelligence. How emotionally matured are you in decision making and, of course, taking? Well, we'll be back again next week, Wednesday, to elaborate more on that particular aspect of emotional intelligence. And, of course, I still have Patricia with me in the studio, and together with our analyst, Dr. Kai, we'll be telling you what the papers have in store for us in the next 15 minutes or thereabouts. So, Patricia, let's see what the New Telegraph is saying this morning.
The big headlines from the New Telegraph says 2027 Jonathan others can contest, says PDP. And we move on. Wale Edun, federal government targets less borrowing, more investment. And on the top of the New Telegram, it says Nigeria earned 142 trillion from gas exports in 2025.
14 trillion?
Yes, 14.2 trillion from gas exports in 2025. And then we move on. It says from the New Telegraph in page 14, we have NAFCON calls tariff theft unacceptable as Trump says no going back on Greenland plan. NDLA recorded 77792 arrests, seized 1484 kilogram drugs in 5 years, marijuana. And FCT local government polls court orders INEC to reconcile ADC candidates. Fashola amongst don't have dual citizenship. Anyway, let's talk about the big headline, Doctor. Jonathan others can contest, says PDP. What's your take on this?
Well, I guess that's going to cause, there have been several ups and downs on this and court judgments as well. And I think if that happens, it's going to cause a threat it might revive, the PDP and its hopes for sure. And it might also pose a threat to the ruling party and ADC's emergence as an alternative force as opposed to PDP. So we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of pressure on Jonathan. He hasn't moved from PDP, he remains a PDP member. And I do not doubt that he still has the ambitions of coming back. Okay,
with his body language, do you think he will want to come back?
If he thinks the coast is clear enough, I'm sure he wants to come back. He'll want to come back and, if you like, finish what he started.
But a straight question Nigerians will want to ask, is it good for him to come back? Will that favor Nigerians or...
First of all, constitutionally he's entitled, so no one can say to him, unless the law says otherwise, anybody has a right to aspire. I think the North still miss him, let's be honest. I've spoken to a lot of people there. A lot of them still miss him. They have tried to paint him as a drunkard, as somebody who is not a good leader and all that, but I think Nigerians are wiser. We have been able to compare and contrast, and it's for the citizens to decide who they want at the end of the day.
Well, Wilson.
All right, Doc. You talked about the PDP and, of course, Jonathan wanting to come back, being free to come back. Is it in the power of the presidency to give him the go-ahead to contest? Because the presidency says that Jonathan orders free to contest. Is it in the power or in the hands of the presidency according to this headline?
No, it's not for them to say. If the law permits him, what they are simply saying is, if you like, come. That's what that means. It doesn't mean anything. It means, if you like, come. But whether it is from the heart is a different matter. But if you don't have a choice in the matter, if the man can contest, if you like, let him come and contest.
All right, now let's take a look at this one here. NDLEA recorded 77,792 arrests, seized 14,847 kilogram drugs in 5 years. This according to Marwa. It's like the drug war is ongoing in Nigeria. In your own analysis and, of course, assessment, are we really winning this war? If yes, what do you think can be done to cement the victory? If no, what do you think should be done to strengthen the body that is in charge of fighting against drug abuse in this great country of ours?
First, it's good that they're keeping records, okay? Drugs obviously pose an existential threat to the youth of this country. And I was reading somewhere, it was just early this morning or was it late last night, the spokesperson for the drug agency and some other persons there, they were talking, and they said there's a link between the increase in terrorism and drug use or abuse, because nobody in their sound mind would do the kind of things that they do unless they're under some form of influence. If you like, call it devil or call it a drug, but call it drugs. But as I said, the devil is in the details. The devil is in the drugs. You know. So I think they're doing well so far. Can they do better? Obviously, yes. And I think if you check the statistics, or at least from the news reports, you know, we don't get too many people trafficking drugs as we used to, or maybe either they have reduced or it's not being reported as much as it used to. But from those records, it's alarming. If you consider the fact that 77,000 plus cases of drugs, that's, you know, seizures are not an alarming number.
Just a quick one on New Telegraph. Wole Edun, federal government targets less borrowing and more investment. How possible is this?
Well, I don't know if the presidency agrees with him, because we see more borrowing and less investment.
Oh, there.
And I'm told recently that if you notice, his powers have been whittled down a bit.
Yeah.
And that is because his views are a bit at variance with what the executive, I mean, well, the other part of the executive, but what the president and his team are having in mind. So what he says makes sense. We should focus more on investments than on borrowing. If you invest, you don't need to, if you borrow to invest, it even makes more sense, because then you're more productive. But if you're just borrowing to solve problems like firefighting, you know, it's not solving anything.
All right, now let's take a look at the Guardian newspaper. Let's see the headlines making the rounds on this particular newspaper. Yeah, on page 2 of the Guardian newspaper, we have this headline: PDP chairs meets ex-VP Sambo, says ticket open to Jonathan and others. And on page 5, we have FG employers may clash over planned increase in employee compensation levy. Rivers Assembly Sean Spandef peace panel over Fubara's impeachment. All right, now you can see that is on page 6, so to speak. We have another one here: gaps in e-transmission, vote buy-in sanctions spark school for reform. That is an electoral act. And of course, on the foreign scene, Davos, Nigerian pitches fiscal discipline as EU leaders condemn Trump's new colonialism. You know, it's all about Greenland. Court orders INEC to recognize published ADC's list for FCT council election is on page 30. And Lagos to divert traffic as repairs resume on Lekki Ekpe Expressway, page 7. Sanwo-Olu Ezekwesili because over Makoko demolition alleged operation. That is on page 7 also. An FCT worker strike continues as union faults government compliance claim. You see that on page 30 on the Guardian newspaper. And of course, finally, trial of driver in deaths of Anthony Joshua's friends adjourned till February 25. Now let's take a look at the aspect of this Greenland issue. Donald Trump says no going back. Tariff imminent if it's not given to him. I mean, what's your take on Donald Trump's stand on Greenland acquisition by the U.S.?
It's been long in coming. I mean, Greenland is a country on self-rule, but the foreign affairs and what do you call it now, and defense is under Denmark. It's a country that is affiliated to Denmark, let me put it that way. And so they're not prepared to give it up. And NATO itself is not happy about what is going on. You know, the fact that, I mean, anything, invading Greenland or taking over Greenland is like put a slap on Europe and on NATO. America, led by Trump, is in a way pushing his luck too far. But Trump's argument is that Greenland is very strategic. If he doesn't take it, China and Russia might. And so there are grave implications, because Greenland is indeed closer to America than it is to Europe. So they're worried about that, and so the threat of tariff. I think that Trump should also be very careful, because America cannot sit in isolation. It needs a world market. Americans alone cannot consume American products. You need money from outside America. And so if you begin the tariff war because you think you're strong right now, if all the other countries unite, and it's imminent at the rate things are going, unless things change very soon. If the whole world unites and isolates the U.S., quite frankly, they will have to bomb the rest of the world, because it's not going to. It's not. And don't think that. And I think also that they should not be too comfortable thinking that the USSR and China will remain the enemies of Europe forever. China is a communist. They've changed. They're no longer like they used to be. They are now an open economy. And Russia may not always remain the enemy that it is. So everything is about, geopolitics is about interest. You know, and so it's important that Trump exercise a bit of caution. Otherwise, America might lose at the end of the day.
Bringing it down home to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, the workers, they are still on strike. It's like they've been able to have this common ground to resolve this conflict, and the workers are saying, we just need our pay. Now, what do you think is the way forward? Because they've down tools already, saying they're not going to work.
Everything is about dialogue, and I think that government should be a bit more sensitive, because when you look at the kind of money that we throw at things that don't make sense, you know that government certainly can resolve these things if they truly want to. And I don't think it's in their interest. This is why the federal government usually loses elections at the federal capital, because of the and it's not going to be different. So they better treat them fine, otherwise election is coming, and they will speak, even right from Aso Rock. They might lose the election.
All right, Patricia.
Let's go to Punch. Okay, the big headline on Punch says, Malami faces long detention as DSS intensifies investigation. And on page 22, we have federal government doubles January bond borrowing to 900 billion naira. And then on page 3, we have 5 soldiers, policemen killed in Zamfara ambush. Well, also we have in page 21, states hosting IDPs $12 million World Bank loan. And then we move on. We have on page 21, domestic refineries move to cut petrol imports. And then Nigeria spent 1.54 trillion on beer orders in 9 months. Wow. That's a lot. On beer, that's a lot. And then we move on to DSS frees Ongu pastor associates after public outcry. And businesswoman Achegu kicks as EFCC seeks $13 million fortitudes. EFCC quits Benwell officials over alleged 4.6 billion naira fraud. Anyway, let's go to Malami. That's the most interesting story here. Alleged terror financing. Malami faces long detention as EFCC intensifies investigation.
That was a chief law officer of this country. That was a man who was supposed to be protecting Nigerians legally. But what you see right now doesn't speak well. It just tells you, when they've always said that financiers of terror are in government, many of them. This just goes to buttress it. Well, it's an allegation at the moment, but what's he doing with all those? Is he starting an army? And against whom? Every bullet means one life gone. You understand? Why would you keep, it can't be certainly for personal protection that is keeping all those sophisticated arms, you know. And so he also wants to contest for governorship. So what happens? You're going to be arming people to kill opponents or what? You know, so, and so just having those arms is enough to create terror. I mean, there's no other way to interpret it. It's sad that a man who is supposed to be keeping the law in Nigeria is the one that is, you know, if you like, financing terror. He has a lot of explanation to give, and I don't see him escaping or leaving detention in a hurry.
Thank you, Doctor. Let's move to the next newspaper.
Well, before we go to the next newspaper, I mean, it's like, you know, okay, find the Daily Trust. That should be the next newspaper. The last paper for this segment. Just one headline that is of interest to so many persons right now. Daily Trust. Daizani appears before UK court over alleged £100,000 bribe. Daizani is in the news again, and 6 drowned in Benue boat mishap. Abduction in Kaduna villagers recount their ordeal. Atiku weighs in as supporters obedient clash over ADC ticket. Let's talk about that one. The clash between Obedient and Atiku's own supporters clashing over the ADC ticket. Briefly, Doc.
Okay, so it was bound to happen. These are two, it's like, probably people say you can't put two Iroko trees cannot say one has to bow before the other. These are two people who obviously want the presidency. Both of them are not ready to bow down for the other. What is going to happen therefore is, I mean, the supporters, like supporters of, it was hoped that if one, Atiku obviously cannot be VP anymore. He's been VP twice. He can't be VP again. And Obedience are saying it's presidency or nothing. And they're coming in with that mentality. Politics is about give and take. And I think that they should all be open to whatever happens. And when they say they are obedient, which means their loyalty is not to any party, it's not healthy for our democracy. Wow. If you're obedient, yes, you support the man, but when you are within the ambits of a party, you should also allow things to go naturally, not my way or the highway. All right, thank you so much, Doc. Part of it is the motor can take from the segment. You have to move over to our Benin Network Center where Evans is standing by. Evans, over now to you.
All right, thank you so much. The program's still on your television this morning on ITV. I told you that in Benin, we're going to be looking at the acronym. You may have seen it before, ADRO, and you probably don't know what it means. Well, in the legal profession, the ADRO simply means Alternative Dispute Resolution. And that's what we're going to be talking about today on the program this morning on ITV from Benin. And we're going to be looking at the principle of application in Nigeria, whether it actually exists or not. And also, we're also going to be looking at other methods, you know, of applying this principle. Well, our guest of this morning is a very big one. I mean, we were lucky to have her because I've you know, tried to call her several times, but finally I got her. Well, we're talking about Isi Ihu Iyoha. She's a retired chief judge and also chief magistrate, I beg your pardon, and also the principal partner in ROREM, Alternative Dispute Resolution Center. And we understand that she is the chief of magistrate, special grade with the Edo State Judiciary, and she is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, ICMC, where she is the current vice chairperson of the Edo State branch of Institute, and she is also a member of the Institute of Chartered Arbitrators, NICARB, and also the current chairman of the Edo State branch of the Institute. And she is a recipient of Who is Who Women of American Biographical Institute. I'm talking about, let's see, I'm talking about Isi Ihu Iyoha, Esquire. Madam, you're welcome to the program this morning on ITV.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I want to appreciate you for finding time to come. I know it took you a long time to prepare for this program.
Thank you so much.
All right, the issue of alternative dispute resolution, you know, is something that a lot of persons probably don't understand it, and they don't know how it works, and also the method of application. Now, what is ADRO? What is alternative dispute resolution in the first place?
Thank you so much. But before I throw light on that, please, you can make a simple correction, not just this. Isi Ihu Iyoha is his worship.
Okay, his worship.
Isi Ihu Iyoha retired.
Oh, you're a female.
His worship, yeah. Oh. I'm a female, that's how we are addressed.
Not her worship.
No, his worship.
His worship.
Yeah, even judges, they are his lordship. Magistrates, his worship. Okay. Not his or her. There's no female at our end.
So your worship.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, you have rightly defined the ADRO. ADRO means Alternative Dispute Resolution. I know it is a new thing in those states. It's not new, but people, we don't have so much awareness. ADRO means another access to justice, not through the courtroom alone. Access to justice through ADRO. And the principles are: one, it is accessible, easily accessible. You can just walk into an ADRO office, or whether private or multi-door courthouse, walk in there, tell them your problem, file your papers. Some also refer to from court. The reason is that the courts are congested, and we need to decongest the courts. Apart from that, there are many matters that are not to be in court, that are not supposed to be in court. They are just there, and they are there for years. That is accessibility. Then it is appropriate. By the time if you happen to come into, although it's we have what we call confidentiality, you will see that it's very appropriate and cost effective too. It's not as expensive as litigation. I'm not saying it's not good to do litigation, but when you do ADRO, you are still friends. Parties are still friends. It's like a family something. You are still friends, and there's no person that is a winner. It's party driven. That is, it's the parties that will tell the mediator, arbitrator, whoever is there, that this is what we want. Once they agree on what they want to do, they will be written down. Those settlement will be written down and taken to an ADRO judge, and it becomes consent judgment of court. I just want people to know that once agreement has been reached, those agreements become consent judgment of court, and it's very effective. Then again, equity. Why do I use the word equity? It's one of the principles. Why do I use the word equity? Equity, both parties, nobody, it's a win-win situation. Unlike in the normal courtroom, when you're there, somebody must win, somebody must lose. The person that loses is not happy. The person that wins the case will be very happy. So, but ADRO, in any setting of ADRO.
Are you saying the normal arbitration falls short of justice?
Oh, there's justice.
So
what I mean is different from the normal courtroom where you say, oh, I won the case. No, it's a win-win situation. It's one of the principles.
For ADRO.
For ADRO, it's a win-win. You win, I win. Now you lose, I lose. So you give in, I give out. You give in, I give out. You give out, I give out. So that is the essence of ADRO.
Okay. Now, with the advent of colonial rule, I mean, Nigeria, we got, our independence from our colonial masters.
Yes.
And if there's anything that they left with us, our laws, the statutory, application of laws and all that we all knew.
Yes.
And now we're talking about the ADRO. So little wonder, why the ADRO now?
Why the ADRO now is that it has been there for years. In fact, that is what is in vogue, not vogue. It is what is in operation, even overseas. The colonial masters we are talking about. That's what they are doing right now. Take example for Rwanda. What happened? Go and find out what is happening in Rwanda. What brought that tumor to an end? ADRO did a lot.
You mean a genocidal?
All those genocide Hutu and Tutsi problem
in Rwanda?
Yes.
Really?
Find out. You will see that ADRO did a lot for that matter for that issue to come to an end. You should find out. Go and look. Go to Rwanda. Beautiful place now, peaceful. It's because of ADRO.
All right, now we have various methods of this alternative dispute resolution. We have the mediation and conciliation. So yes. Can we go after, one after the other? Now, what is mediation? When we're talking about the ADRO, what does it mean?
Okay, mediation means just the literal meaning. You are mediating between parties that are quarreling. Yeah. Or that have issues, whether it is land, whether it is family, whether it's business. But take note, please, that it's not all matters that can be mediated upon. You are mediating to see that there's an amicable settlement, so that there will be no quarrel, no tumult, no quarrel in any form. You are able to bring them together, they are happy again. You know, even people from the same family, the same father, the same mother, they are in court. But through ADRO, they can be settled amicably and they are in good terms again. There will be no need for those kind of things going to the open court. I'm not saying court is bad, and from that end, it's not bad. But there are times you give in an amicable way, you don't have to quarrel. And by the time you settle, you are still a family. You are still intact. That is the essence.
Now, before we continue to look at the methods of this ADRO, let's try to stretch it further to look at the scope of application. Okay. Because I'm trying to wonder whether it has a limit. Maybe it's only related to land issue or domestic issue and all that. What is the scope of application?
For example, ADRO cannot apply in a murder case.
Okay.
It cannot apply in a kidnapping matter.
Okay.
It cannot apply in tax matters.
In tax matters?
Yes. So, any heinous crime, ADRO cannot take care of it. But if you decide to do restorative, that's why I brought in restorative. Restorative justice is part of ADRO. Restorative justice means somebody has been hurt. Some people don't need, they may sue or want to have money and not that, get their money back. Some people don't really need that money. They just need, I'm sorry. Once you say that to them, they are peace, they are happy. That is restorative justice. So then again, when people are not in good terms, the best way to go, even in their families, ADRO can be done. Mediation, even among children.
Domestic issues.
Domestic
Quarrel
issues.
between
Husband and wife can be resolved.
Divorce cases?
Yes, you can resolve divorce cases. If there is a petition filed in court, or one party says, oh, I really don't want this divorce, can come to ADRO. Well, those ones I mentioned, those heinous crimes, ADRO cannot take care of it. Yes. Okay.
Now, can we go through the challenges of ADRO? Because the way we are looking at them now, it looks as if they have no issues, no problems and all that. Now, from your experience, what would you want to say are the major challenges that may be fighting against ADRO in Nigeria as it stands right now?
I will say this, I know some people will not be happy, particularly lawyers. I have experienced it severally.
Okay.
The issue is that the challenges we have in ADRO are mostly from lawyers. I'm sorry to say, but I have to say it.
So in a layman's way, maybe it takes food from the lawyers.
Thank you. So we want to take food from us. But what I normally do when I am set to start my mediation or whatever, I normally tell the clients, please make sure you pay your lawyer. The fact that you are doing ADRO doesn't mean you should not pay your lawyer. Actually, they need their money. So we just come, because you are doing ADRO, you won't pay your lawyer again. Does it not make it better for you? That will even make you pay the lawyer at the appropriate time. So that going to court for years, like I said, there are some matters that have stayed in court for 16 years. Children have inherited.
And damages may have been done.
Serious damages. I had one that the grandchildren inherited that matter. Well, eventually I was able to settle in one sitting in ADRO, one sitting. Very fast. I can assure you, very fast. You won't believe. Because some people are just waiting. Oh, what do I do now? They really don't want to be in court. Well, nobody to push them to say, oh, can we do it this way? They are just waiting for that push. That's one of the challenges. I've explained that. The other one is awareness. We don't have awareness in Edo City about ADRO. But a place like Lagos, there's serious awareness. They've gone far. I was in a conference, in a international conference for arbitration in November. If you see the awareness in Lagos, you won't believe. I think Port Harcourt too, but it's coming gradually to Edo State.
So in Edo State, the awareness is not that much?
It's not much. To me, it's not much. Because if people go, like sometime last year, like around September, we did what was called VMS, volunteer mediation. We did no money from it. That was the second time we were doing it. Go to offices, go to marketplaces, people bring the matter. We don't charge them, we don't take anything, just for 1 week. But after that, you pay the little money you are supposed to pay. It's not expensive. It's not. So if there's awareness, I know people will come and they will want to do it. They just need a push and awareness. Those are the major things. So intervention of lawyers, awareness, and a push.
All right, so in an attempt to try to look at the methods of the ADR, we talked about the mediation. It simply means mediating between parties.
Either one party or between how many parties, no matter the number, but between parties.
No, but you also say that there are cases that you cannot use mediation.
Yes.
So, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm trying to look at this from my own layman's. Yeah.
It's not only lawyers that go for ADRO training. Doctors, medical doctors, teachers, anybody can go for ADRO training.
Oh, you mustn't be a lawyer to practice ADRO.
No, that's what people don't know. You mustn't be a lawyer. It happens to be that lawyers became more aware. They knew about it on time. But anybody can be a practitioner of ADRO. Anybody, even a mechanic. You can come for training. I will encourage you to come for the training.
Okay, if I go for the training now, at the end of the day, I'll be certified.
You'll be certified.
To be an ADRO practitioner.
Practitioner, yes.
Now, if I mediate in a case, and maybe in my own way of looking at it, I try to offer justice, that justice, will it stand in the courts?
That is why I said, once you have done it, you have done your job, we have many ADRO judges. Though the agreement, settlement agreement, is in a form written out and everybody signs. Everybody will sign the form. You take it to the ADRO judge. Once the ADRO judge will send for the parties, may or may not, and ask, is it what you people agreed on? You say yes. Once he appends his signature,
it becomes judgment.
Become consent. Because they consented to that judgment.
That's the parties involved.
Yes,
okay.
That is why it is party driven. We don't force people to do. Because once they are convinced that it should be like this, you bring your own matter, oh, this is how I want it to be, this is what I want, they are written down. We read it out, is it what you agree on? Yes. The ADRO judge will append his signature and it becomes, just listen to that word, it becomes consent judgment of court. Consent judgment of court.
Now, let's take our minds away from that now before we go to other aspects of the methods.
Yes.
We've looked at the mediation. Now, okay, we'll quickly go for this breakdown. Don't forget the program is still this morning on ITV, and we are looking at alternative ADRO. That's our alternative way of looking at issues in courts. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program is still this morning on ITV, and our focus this morning is ADRO, that's alternative dispute resolution in Nigeria. The application of the principle is what we are looking at, and we're so privileged to have a guest this morning, somebody that has worked so far, and she's very, very experienced when it comes to ADRO, that's alternative dispute resolution. And I'm talking about, let's see now, I'm talking about AC Ihu Iyoha Esquire. His worship. His worship. All right, but thank you one more time for coming on the program. Now, we have looked at, mediation as a method of the ADRO. Now, let's talk about arbitration. Because when we talk about mediation, we're looking at a third party coming into the two parties now. Am I correct? A third person to mediate, a third person,
yes.
you know, coming in between the two parties now to mediate in the case.
Yes.
But what about the arbitration?
Arbitration is the same thing.
The same
but
thing?
The difference between arbitration and mediation is that in arbitration, the parties choose their arbitrators.
Okay.
They choose the arbitrators. This one will bring his arbitrator, this one will bring his arbitrator. But in some cases, both of them can agree to pick one arbitrator.
I understand that we have the Nigeria Institute of Arbitrators, Chartered Arbitrators.
Yes.
Now, must you be a member of that organization before you be choosing?
Yes, you have to be.
Okay.
You must be. You must have been chartered or certified.
All right. Now, a while ago, you said that ADRO is party-driven. In other words, all the parties are represented.
Yes.
Now, my common knowledge of law and justice and all that happens in courts tells me that, I mean, there's no way you can judge a matter in isolation. The parties, you know, they have to be involved. The accused and, of course, the defender and also the person who is accusing.
We now use the word claimant and defendant in civil matters.
Okay, the claimant and the defendant, so they have to be there.
Yes.
Then, of course, you have the judge, you know, presiding over the case. Now, is that not also party-driven too?
Party-driven in the sense that it's different.
Okay.
Totally different. Like in arbitration, I mean, in ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution, parties come together on a roundtable conference. You don't enter any witness box. We sit together as a family. You will love the atmosphere. It's serene and peaceful. Confidentiality, very important. In court, anybody can enter the court and listen to what is going on, but in an ADR, no.
It's cheaper, it's confidential.
Cheaper, confidential, accessibility, time saving. I told you many years ago, I settled a matter in one session. One session. The highest you can get when you are doing an ADR, the longest time you can get is at most 3 months. Maybe there are issues, some are overseas. There's what is called online dispute resolution.
I mean, with the aid of technology.
Thank you. But you have to train you have to go for training. There's a training for it. With that, some people will be overseas, they may not be available, no time difference. So that may elongate the time. At most 3 months. We are allowed to do 3 sessions alone. If there is need for also do more than 3 sessions, 3 sessions mean now somebody will come and take I won't be available till 3 weeks time, till a month's time. Most cases weekly, 2 weeks, just like that. And the reason is that lawyers are involved. Some lawyers are involved because they have to take dates in court and so that it doesn't conflict with what they are doing. So that is it. Okay. That is why it is party driven. It's in a serene environment. Confidentiality is the hallmark of ADR.
Okay. Yes. All right. So let's look at the next one now. We've seen arbitration, the one that has to do with negotiation. What is that as a method of the ADR?
Okay. Negotiation is whether if there's a lawyer or there's no lawyer, you negotiate to see how issues can be resolved. That is aside the mediation room. Negotiation must have been done. There's something what we call pre-session. You have to do a pre-session before the actual date.
Okay.
You let parties know the rules and regulations and talk to them. How do you see how don't you tell, and all that. So you first of all negotiate. Some people really don't like, they just want to be there. Let's do this thing. Negotiation is just a normal way of saying, let's negotiate for this issue.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that ADRO cannot apply to criminal cases, to tax cases and all that. I don't know. Don't you think it is better to straighten? Because there are some, I don't know how to put it down. There are some cases, some persons that have been accused of criminal cases and all that, and they know nothing about those, accusations.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, at times some lavish in cell, in jail, in detention for years. So don't you think that if we begin to have the ADRO in this kind of cases, it will also help a great deal?
Well, there has to be evidence of whatever we are doing. You are right. Many people are in correctional centers for things they know nothing about, or we were just roped in. Yes, it is true, but in criminal cases you have to be very sure. The Ministry of Justice, there has to be an advice.
Yeah.
Oh, this person is not involved. Without that, you cannot just come in like that. You cannot do that. The reason is that you may be wrong. You just may be wrong, not what the person is telling you. So the best is to get advice from DPP, in Ministry of Justice, because once you get the DPP will do the in-depth analysis of the case. You will know that the person. But when you sit down there, your relations are not coming to even say, "Oh, we know our child did not do this." Go to DPP. They will give an advice, and the person will be released. Or during when the chief judge is visiting correctional centers, he does that often. The files are brought. Your lawyers will work for you and bring out the file. Once the chief judge looks at the file and he says that, he normally frees them. But people will just sit down there. Nobody is coming for them. You cannot just release somebody like that because you don't know the truth, you don't know the facts. But I do know that some people are just there for something they do not hear about. I know, for sure.
Okay. Now, the ADRO seems to be very, very popular because by my sister here, we understand that there's a Lagos Courts of Arbitration and Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators that are really promoting the ADRO in Lagos State. Yes. That seems just like what you said a while ago, that it is very, very popular in Lagos. But in states like Edo State, it's just, coming up and all that. Now, what do you think the government can do to encourage ADRO? Because like what you also said, that we have cases spanning into years in our courts and all that. A situation whereby somebody can be in court for years, for 2 decades and all that. So what do you think the ways that the state government can probably come in to encourage the ADRO as a way of looking at issues alternatively, in the state?
Cases still long in court. It's not the fault of the judge or the magistrate. There are many factors, numerous factors. I don't want to go into all that, but there are numerous factors. It's not the judge's fault. Because when you descend into the arena so much, people will read minutes into it. So you just calm down and listen. That is it. The chief judge has been sending cases to ADRO. That is just the truth.
The chief judge in Edo State? Of the state,
yes. He sends cases to ADRO all the time.
Now, what is the response like? I mean, is he getting accelerated justice delivery?
Yes, we have it. Justice delivery, access to justice, and justice is being delivered. At least I've had many cases in multi-door courthouse referred to the multi-door through this chief judge. So the encouragement that I would say is that the government should help fund and help ADRO to get awareness in Edo State. It will help everybody. It will help everybody.
When you say the government can help by funding, how?
They don't have enough funding. Like in multi-door courthouse, not enough funding. Just normal. I know at times maybe they give them something for the year, but I don't know. I know it's not enough. And also, the most important is to help them create awareness. Do programs, let's call ADRO practitioners. You do programs and fund those programs so that the state will be aware. Once the government does that, you see people will be aware. Those who were not aware before. I mentioned that word, push. People are just waiting for somebody to push them to do something.
All right, now if, for example, Evans Hugie, I wish to take advantage of ADRO and I stay in Benin City, how do I go about it?
Like what? Say it again.
Like, I want to take advantage of it. I prefer to use ADRO to handle my case. How do I go about it?
Okay. You can go straight to the multi-door courthouse. That is, if it's a new matter you just want to start, that is called a walk-in case.
Okay.
Walk in, go to the client session, they'll tell you what to do, file your papers. You can go to a private practitioner like me. I'm a private practitioner of ADRO.
Okay.
Whichever you wish. It's your choice.
Now,
eventually, if I won't settle any matter, I will still take it to multi-door to send to a judge for consent judgment.
Okay, we go for another break now. Don't forget that the program is still this morning on ITV, and we are looking at alternative dispute resolution in Nigeria. And the application of the principle is what we're talking about. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program still this morning on ITV, and we've been speaking with His Worship Isi Uhu Iyoha, a retired chief magistrate in Edo State here. And of course, we've been looking at the alternative dispute resolution in Nigeria, the application of the principle. And we've said that the scope includes land disputes. You can actually use the ADRO to settle land issues, then also family disputes, then land dispute, just like what we said, environmental issues and all that. Then also, during the course of the discussion, Madam has said that some of the institutions that are practicing the ADRO in Nigeria includes the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators, then of course Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Nigeria, that's the CIAROB Nigerian branch, and also Ogun State Multipurpose Courthouse. Now let's come to private practitioners now of the ADRO. Like what we said a while ago, that one of the challenge of ADRO is a lot of persons don't even know. They don't know how to find them and all that, and they're also not told. But don't you think that even the private practitioners, they also don't come on, they don't come to the media. The media doesn't know them. And it is probably my first time to even find out that we have ADRO, that can be practiced by private practitioners.
Yeah, this is what I talked about, awareness. Yeah, I have because I had the knowledge while I was still working, I was training. So I had the knowledge. So as soon as I retired, I went into practice of ADRO, which I enjoyed. I enjoy it. I have a passion for it. So I have an office, a private office for ADRO. Yeah. So, and it's in same normal procedure. You can't go outside it. The procedures we follow very strict. If you don't have integrity, there's no point going into it. No point. There's no, because when we are doing settlement, we want both parties to be happy. There should be no iota of doubt in the party's mind to say, oh, maybe they have no favor. An umpire, neutral. That's why we are called neutrals. We are not biased.
So the main courts, they are not neutral?
The judge is neutral. Naturally, it's an umpire. We just sit down and be looking. Doesn't say anything. It's what you tell me. I'm not going to look at the law in the long run and your evidence. But this one, you are there, we are seen as there together. You can't sit down together with the judge in the court. But this one, we are together with the mediator. We sit together. We rub mind together. When we are doing ADRO, there is something we call caucus meeting.
COSO?
Caucus meeting.
Caucus meeting, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
When you do that, You are trying to get information. When you are doing caucus, the other party will stay aside. When you finish, you call the other person. Give equal opportunity to everybody. Come back on the long run, everybody will come together. From that caucus meeting, you're able to discover many things. On the long run, the person will know you have discovered the truth. There's no point. We don't apportion blame. But in the regular call, you are guilty. Oh, you are liable. But here we don't apportion blame. We let them know this right from the onset, at the beginning.
Now, the normal court happens to look at cases with what the law says. I mean, everything as enshrined evidence and what the law says.
Yes.
As enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution, yes. 1999 as amended.
Yes.
And, you know, and all that. Now, they too wonder, this alternative dispute resolution, you know, methods of looking at cases, the application of the principle. I don't know. I don't want to say whether it goes away from because the way you are talking about it now, it sounds as if maybe it's a way of just settle it, let the sleeping dogs lie. No. You want to expatiate on that?
Yeah, let me expatiate on that. You would just say, oh, let's just settle it, let the sleeping dog lie. Because we are not forcing you. You decide what you want. The other party decides. And once you decide, you are happy. Because the two sides statements will be taken. It's so personal. Let me just do this thing. No wahala. No. We do it to your satisfaction, both parties. That's why I said right from time, it is party driven. You can't go outside that. I will not suggest to you what you want. You know what you want. As you are doing it well, notice that down. In ADRO, you notice that we don't write so much. The only thing we do is to jot down points. You don't see us writing. We listen. Already there are 5 papers. We have looked at them before even coming. The things we jot down just to be able to remember, to ask salient questions and to understand things better. That's all. We just make it an informal setting. You are relaxed. Very relaxed. You see, sometimes when we settle, you see that they will get up and be hugging. Sometimes some will be crying. If you are emotional, you don't wait. Just stay aside first. It's beautiful. That's the way I put it. For me to say it like this, I've been to the 2 wars. I was in practice for years before I was made a magistrate. I'm back to the other side. So I've seen the 2 wars. Litigation is good because without litigation, Nigeria, everywhere in the world. But then, you see the way the whole world is going. Problem everywhere. ADRO, you will see this Israel and Palestine issue. ADRO will end it.
Just as it ended the Tutsi and Hutu in Rwanda.
It will end it. That is what will end it. Go and mark it down.
Now, Nigeria has, you know, problem assistance now, the insecurity issues in the country, and in as much as nobody's trying to encourage the insecurity in the country, but we still have some elements that believe that they are doing the right thing. I mean, take for example some of the bandits that think that, look, you have to take their belief system. It is either you key to their belief system. We cannot have one Nigeria. We cannot even have a country called Nigeria. Now, do you think that the ADRO can come into this in the light of trying to resolve some of the crisis issues in the country as it relates to terrorism and all that?
Yeah. ADRO can come into the matter. But do we really know if that's what they have in mind? Is it religious? Is it political?
Yes, this terrorist.
Is it otherwise? I don't. You never can tell their mind. You may look at it as if it's religious, political, but you never can tell. But once ADRO, if he comes in, if they allow ADRO to come in, sit it down and do it, like I mentioned, caucus meeting. From there, you will really know the depth of their hearts, what is in their mind, before you won't start talking of settling the issues. Because we don't know what they have in mind. I don't know.
So if the federal government, uses the ADRO, that will amount to negotiating.
That's a different negotiation. They are not paying ransom.
Yeah, when I say negotiating, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to pay some money. I mean, you have to negotiate the terms of agreement. I mean, let's negotiate a simple and single interest here.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, it may amount to the federal government trying to negotiate with a terrorist, and some persons may not like that.
I don't. That negotiation is it's on a different scale. It's not the negotiation we talk about. If they are really serious. If all the parties are serious, I think that is the best way to go.
The reason why I'm saying this, remember the Niger Delta, issue and all that. I think what the way the federal government came in then is somehow similar to what the ADRO does. I mean, calling both parties on a page and negotiating what do you want, what do you want. At the end of the day, a simple, agreement was reached. But in the case of the ongoing terrorism in the country now, so because it's a problem, on the part of the federal government to really see how they can really bring this issue of terrorism to stand still in the country. So are we looking at ADRO as an alternative way of ending the terrorism in the country?
Yes, I believe ADRO can do it if people are sincere.
Okay.
Sincerity is very important. Because if you are not sincere, you may come for ADRO, you are saying a different thing. That's not what is on your mind. And later they will still come back. But if a high-profile ADRO, combine in a combination of high-profile ADRO people, they can even come from outside the country and join those of us here and know what is the issue. Sit down. It's not something you allow, because they have people behind them. Those are the people they should engage in ADRO. Those are the people they should, because these the other ones in the street or in the forest or wherever, they don't know what is good. They are doing something on command. At your command, I will do it. They may not even know the implication of what they are doing. So if they want to do such an ADRO, the high-profile ones, the people, even though you may not know who is behind them, but the high-profile people among them, those are the ones you should invite.
Okay, madam, as we wrap up now, we need you to look straight into your camera, because a lot of persons have been watching. As a matter of fact, this program is viewed worldwide as we speak right away. I mean, parts of the world are watching. Now, what is your message to the people? Let's start from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria, and to the world as it relates to the, the application of ADRO in cases, court cases and all that.
Yes. I will encourage ADRO any day, anytime. Particularly in Edo State where I am and where I belong, ADRO is very essential. I will encourage it. Whether you want to do training to even know what it is, or you have cases, there's no point running around, just bring it to ADRO and you are happy. It's efficient, cost effective, and it's accessible. I will encourage in Benin. Nigeria in general, I also encourage people to be doing it in Nigeria. By the time you do all these things, you see that cases are reduced in court. There will be no traffic jam in court because of the number of cases. All over the country, I will encourage ADRO. There should be more training. People should train more to know what ADRO is. You can apply it anywhere. ADRO, you can do ADRO under a tree. Yeah, it's not something that is so tight. Under a tree, I used to do some ADRO outside the state in restaurants.
Yeah, because the parties are right there.
Yes, they're there. You don't need to look for a formal place. Just go. You use a restaurant or an office, a place. You do it and you go. It's the same. You will see meet the same purpose and the achievement. Then to the whole world, it may be difficult to say, oh, I don't know how to. I will go to Nigeria to do this. File online. You'll be attended to. Online dispute resolution. I'm trained there. Online dispute. You file anywhere in the world. Filing will take the cases.
Madam, we want to say a very big thank you. I mean, your
so
time that you have spent with us this morning is most, appreciated. Despite a very tight schedule, you found time to come. Thank you so much. And we do hope that members of the public, most especially we start from Benin City here, where we live, that they would take advantage of ADRO. ADRO simply means Alternative Dispute Resolution. I mean, taking cases from the court, because you take a case to court, it spends years, and of course, people suffer for nothing, people die in the process and all that. But if you apply the Alternative Dispute Resolution methods, definitely you get your issues, solved on time. Yes. And we've been speaking with His Worship Isi Ukwu Iyoha, retired magistrate, yes. And of course she's, has done so many ADRO cases in Benin City, in Edo State, and in Nigeria. I want to say thank you so much, madam, for finding time to come on the program.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
God bless you.
All right, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll take a short break now. Abuja is on the standby. The program is still this morning on ITV. Please stay tuned.
Welcome back right there to this morning on ITV right there. An interesting discussion involving Evans there talking about alternative dispute resolution. I think it's important at this point in time, especially when you put into the cost of advocating a case in the court of law. You definitely think about alternative dispute resolution. But moving away from that, still talking about the importance of having the right information and why alternative dispute resolution may also be ideal for many Nigerians right there. It's also important to have the right quality education at hand. That can really help you to be able to get the right information and also do the right channel to follow. And then from the Abuja Network Studio, we'll surely be talking about international education, a gateway to global opportunities. Joining me from United States is called a member of University Pathways International, based in United States. And also in the studio with me, I also have Victor Gabriel, who is a representative of Scova Education. So take a look at the international education right here. What are the channels that are available? While we're trying quoting idea all the way from United States of America. A quick one to Gabriel. So much effort put into international education. We are trying to get the right education that will make them be to work in any part of the world. How is having the right education?
Right education is very for many reasons. Can be very important, and just because you do not have the right education, you will be disqualified for higher levels of life. So that's what right education not necessarily makes you qualified to have access to the right people. So it's very important for people not just to have education, but have what is globally recognized.
Okay, Scova Education has been at the vanguard of creating opportunities for so many Nigerians to be, not just Nigerians alone, people in Africa who are looking at the importance of getting the right education. And there are so many categories that you have. I'm also aware that it's possible to also go to high school in the United States of America to be able to acquire. Tell me more a little bit about I'm also aware about going for master's degree. It's also opportunity high school. Tell me about it and how important and how what are the process one needs to go through for parents out there who want to have their get right. Make it easy for you to hire.
So yeah, actually opportunities in these pathways are more. Yeah, so we have a good opportunities that make this possible. So I think with Shannon, you have the opportunity to high school and then just within a year, it's like an A-level program, not necessarily like in high school, like an A-level program.
Okay, like we used to have A-level.
Yes, like IJMB, that's how it is.
Okay, that's what Shannon has.
Yes, but reason is because people want to go to A-level universities or the A schools like Harvard, and about 5 or 6 or 7 of them that have the acceptance rate at less than 5%. So because of that, you will not be able to have access to these schools. So that's what this kind of opportunity, they give you access to the kinds of opportunities you will not be able to get into if you want to go through the regular pathway that's finished in Nigeria and transfer to the US.
Okay, I'm going to hold your thought a little bit. I think we have Colton Hall all the way from United States of America also joining us this morning to shed more light on international education. A wonderful morning to you, Colton.
Appreciate it. It's great to yeah. So I am strategic partnerships and philanthropy for University Pathways International. That is our formal name, mostly known as UPI Study. And so we're here in the United States, in the state of New Jersey. I'm in the very middle of the U.S. in the state of Kansas. And yeah, UPI is it's an embassy verified global pathway for students all around the world to earn their first 2 full years or 60 credits of college credit, and then be able to transfer that into a university of their choice, whether in the United States or in other countries like Canada or Australia or Ireland, the UK. We have a lot of different options. I know with the political climate currently with the U.S., that's a pretty common concern. So we do have other destination options. That's not an issue. But as far as our program, we have a library of 70 college courses, or a little over 70, all accredited. So we're accredited by the American Council on Education and the National College Credit Recommendation Service, which means essentially that our credit transfers into around 3,000 universities here in the U.S. and several hundred in the other countries that that I mentioned. Our program is for anyone in any major. So irregardless of an academic background, students are applicable for this program as long as they have less than 2 years of college credit, already earned. Then our program is applicable. So as far as the actual curriculum goes, we worked with top faculty from Harvard, Penn State, Bryce, Brown, Cornell, several other top universities to develop out all of our courses, the actual curriculum and everything. So we're very excited about that. The quality is top tier, of course. In addition to our actual courses, we have training modules and all that good stuff, programming boot camps, career essentials, anything else that a student would need to have that fully comprehensive, well-rounded understanding and academic background, essentially. And so the thing that really makes us special and stand out is really our tuition. So, the average in-state undergrad tuition in the U.S. is about $12,000 a year, so $24,000 for 2 years of college. Our standard tuition is $4,000 for 2 years. But we do have an exclusive and exciting partnership with Scovers Education. And through that partnership, we're able to offer our entire 2-year college program for just $950 USD. So for less than $1,000, students are able to complete their first 2 full years of college. Includes all tuition, books, course fees, counseling, credit transfer, all that good stuff's included. And really our mission with University Pathways International and our collaboration and partnership with Scovers Education is to reduce the financial barrier to entry for college, for students and make their dreams of studying abroad a reality, essentially. And we've done that for over 140,000 students, and we're looking to, really pave the way as we move forward in Africa.
Okay, Colton, I know you have so much to say concerning opportunities available for people from Nigeria who want to study abroad. But what are the big for students in Nigeria who want to go to through university pathway to get to higher institution? What are the basic requirements they need to have?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, our program is available to anyone in any major. The application process is very straightforward and simple. We'll look at, it sort of depends, but generally speaking, we look at the GPA and things like that. But enrollment is essentially assured through our program. We have counselors that work with students to really determine what their college roadmap looks like. And then as far as getting to the U.S., both our Scovers team and our UPI team can help with, visa consulting, things like that to kind of help that process. But as far as getting into our program, we are intentionally as accessible as possible. There's not exactly a long list of prerequisites. There's no entrance exams for our program. It's very straightforward and simple. So we highly encourage students to at least apply. And if nothing else, join one of our webinars. We do a lot of webinars, weekly. And it's a great way to connect with students and their families and answer questions and share more about the program.
Okay, I was talking with Gabriel in the studio, and he was also talking about getting to elite schools in the United States of America. Nigerians also want their kids to go to Princeton and to go to some of the top universities in the United States. Do you think with the with the international pathway, it is to get Nigerian kids to go to the top institution?
Sure, absolutely. In fact, like I mentioned, and it's sort of the initial pitch, with many top universities and their faculty actually developed out our program. And so, universities like Harvard and Penn State and all these different top universities, they opportunity very exciting for students. Of course, complete our program. That doesn't mean they're going to automatically be accepted, but this will definitely put them on the right track, And so the goal with this, like I said, is to knock out the first 2 years of college and then be able to make that pathway abroad a reality, whether it's more of a recognizable institution or maybe an institution of just personal interest. Our pathway would be applicable either way.
Okay. Before I let you go, Cousin, now for what is the of registration for kids in Nigeria to be able to register for this program? Because people want to know. We are in January already. I know for those who want to do first, probably January is the time for them to start preparing for June admission. What is the time frame? What is the time still appropriate for parents to register their kids now ahead of June or probably September admission?
Great question. What we have, and again, aim to be as accessible. We can literally to start as early as tomorrow. Okay, and so the actual process, the way that it works, is we would meet with students that are interested in enrolling, walk them through the process. Once their enrollment is solidified, we would then reach out to the student, schedule that post-enrollment consultation, select which courses they're going to need to take based on their prerequisites for the major or for the university they want to transfer into, and really lock in that college roadmap. But the entire process is very quick, it's very simple, and we wanted to make it very easy to do. But yes, so we can meet with students this week and next week as well. That's not an issue, and again, that's intentional. We want to be as accessible to as many people as possible, both students in high school, as well as working professionals in the community.
So I must say a big thank you to you, Colton, for joining us this morning. Hopefully next week we can still have you once again to talk to many Nigerians on the opportunities available to study internationally. Thank you so much, Colton, for joining us this morning.
Thank you. You have a great day. Take care.
Okay. I'm moving away, but I still have Victor with me in the studio right there, and we're still talking about international education, a great way to global opportunities right there. And now let's talk. He mentioned something that has to do with getting to Harvard, getting to Princeton. These are top elite universities that some of us can only dream of. And some people think it's not possible to be able to go to Harvard from Nigeria. Or probably. But you were talking about the opportunity that Scovers Education is opening up for us. Tell us more, because it's an interesting story for us.
Okay, so currently, because of the visa restrictions, we are focusing on the UPI, and that's because you can do this without having to go to the United States. Okay. For those that do not know, for the next 6 months or so, we are based on the partial ban, so no Nigerian can get visa to go to the US. Okay. So that's why we're trying to push out the UPI, because within this period, we can begin to take courses that are essential studied on the Barnes lifted would be able to take you to your third year of in the university. And this includes English universities. Because the University Pathway International, part of the faculty members and team of doctors are from Harvard. We have some from Brown, from Rice, from Penn State University, and you know these universities, they are top-list universities around the world. So this means that the quality of education can take you to any university. Yeah, and most especially, people are aware that universities are quite expensive, but going through University Pathways International, you have access to natural discounts just for participating in the program. So it takes you to quality universities and gives you discounts also. So this is a very great program for anyone to participate in, by the way.
Okay. And look, and when you talk about UPI Health in Nigeria, when are students supposed to register for this? Is the registration ongoing right now? Is there a particular venue where they can go to for registration?
Yes, on a rollover basis. Okay. So unlike the program that you either go in January, February, August, September, this is on a rollover basis. So at any point in time when someone reaches out to us, we can get you registered, and in less than a week, you begin courses. Okay. So anyone who wants to come to our office at 13E Plaza, that's at, you can contact us with any assist.
So you can say through WhatsApp or through the WhatsApp form or probably to also get a course right there. So the registration is ongoing right now. Somebody can sit now of his home and see himself whenever the partial registration we are experiencing now, he can move abroad.
Most definitely, and it's not just some careless programs, it's like A-list universities.
When you say it's not just careless programs, tell me what you mean.
A lot of online programs that people take, and the certificates might not be able to take you anywhere. But this one, the universities that are rated the best in the world, about 5 of them came together to compose this program. So it is world rank. That's the certificate can take you anywhere in the world.
Can you share some testimony of some people who have also benefited too? And so do you have like how many students the past year?
We have a whole lot of students, by the way. And I think one of them, in one of the programs, because we regularly have programs where we invite them for testimonials, he really said he reviewed a master's coursework, and he realized that the volume of work that they were given in the UPI program, which is supposed to be an undergraduate, weighed more than that. And this is not some exaggeration, because this particular person, I know him, he doesn't exaggerate. So it's a quality program, and it's a lot of work. But at the end of the day, you'll be certified correctly to be able to move to the next level.
I know on your platform you share some stories of parents expressing their opinions over the fact that their kids can be able to acquire this kind of education. Important too. I'm also interested in having the opportunity to study some courses that probably from kids out there who are thinking about they can only dream of Harvard, but that is part of the UPI program. So while you're in Nigeria, you can be taking those courses, and when you work around these visa issues, then you can hopefully a lot of things can happen right there. But it's possible to be able to have that qualification while in Nigeria. And for what about people who want to do like masters or some courses with Harvard? Is it possible? Can you make that possible?
Those structures are still being put in place. But as of now, it is basically for undergraduates. So hopefully within the year, we would have the structure for those who want to also do masters, and they'll be able to start in Nigeria and then finish abroad. We hope those come into place very fast.
Okay. Thank you so much, Victor Gabriel, for joining us this morning and be able to talk about this. Right, it's important for so many people out there who are thinking about having their children study in Harvard, some of the elite universities in the United States of America. That is possible with Colorado. And you also held coaching or talking about the opportunities available through those programs. So you have the numbers on the screen. You can send a message to the email on the screen, and also a WhatsApp message, and send a message to them, and they'll definitely get across to you. So much right there from the Abuja Network Studio. We'll take a quick break before we link up with our Lagos Network Studio.
I mean, if you look at the modus operandi, how they go about killing people and all that, I don't see what the basis is for releasing them, because these people are totally unrepentant. There's no people. You will see they like making comparisons with what happened in the Niger Delta, and they forget that there are two different things altogether. What happened in the Niger Delta was driven by ideology, also by the fact that people who have been oppressed along all these years, and they felt a need to redress the injustices that the Nigerian state, bestowed or bequeathed on them all these years. And so they decided to resort into blowing pipelines and things like that. And so Yar'Adua, bless his soul, I'm trying to, I'm getting so, decided in his wisdom, and quite rightly so, to say, okay, look, we cannot go on this way. One is affecting the resources, and what's happening in North as well is affecting the bread basket of the nation. Affecting which is petroleum. I'm talking about what happened in the Niger Delta. I'm trying to compare now. And then don't forget, even in the Niger Delta, it was organized. There were the ongoing fight as it is. For me, I think that I've listened to soldiers on the field who have said to us that if government were sincere, this thing can end even in 24 hours. They know their capabilities, they know their might. Unfortunately, they have enemies within. They have enemies up in government as well. We have seen Malami's case now. The allegation, well, we'll wait and see how it turns out. There are terror financiers. And you have to know that terrorism is a big business. There are people in the military who benefit from it. There are people in government who benefit from it. Because you know the thing about war is that, and that's what, I don't want to mention any power, but some powers in the West right now, some leaders are trying to foment war because they know that if there's war, as a president, you can extend your stay. Under war, you cannot talk about holding election.
True.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, in the same vein, there are people who understand that with terrorism, all this, there is no accountability for money spent to fight war, to avert terrorism. So many of them, they will create panic, create fear, and say, look, these people are coming, we need money, we have to do that. So they are benefiting. Unfortunately, so it's half-hearted. You see, we are looking at Malami now. Who knows who else and how else? Many of them, look at $9 million now gone. Of course, you know there will be kickbacks. I don't care what everybody says. That money is not only going to that firm. There will be kickbacks. People are benefiting from it. They need more things that will make them spend money like that. Unfortunately, that's what we're in. So I hope that with the new defense minister, that he does what he says he will do. I hope the president is sincere enough to know that if there is peace, his government will be better. And he should do everything possible. One of the best things that have happened to us in recent times is the intervention of the U.S. I don't think anybody should have anything against him.
But would you say that brought a positive result? You know, because we're still seeing banditism.
I don't think America has intervened enough. What they
gonna
did,
intervene some more.
we do need that because just saying that they will come and it made the government sit up a bit. Then when they struck in Sokoto, now the people there have scattered. If there's no follow-up, if it's not sustained, these guys will regroup and they will hammer.
All right. Last year, excuse me, last year, September 2025, 7 local government areas in Katsina State had a peace deal with bandits. They had not been going to places together saying, finally, there is peace. Do you think that this is an offshoot of the agreement reached with these 7 local government areas? That's the reason why they want to extend it to the release of these particular bandits for there to be a lasting peace in there. After all, from what the local government chairman of they said that the government isn't doing enough to protect them. The best way for them to live in this particular state is for them to have a peace deal with the bandits.
And do you think this will bring peace?
I believe that in war, you are held deals are we striking with these people, and who is getting the upper hand? Striking deals with buying peace goes back into arms. Okay? And if these people know that the government is helpless in the, under the it gives them leverage, and you don't need that. No state needs, certainly not.
You're working for them. There's relative peace right now in those local government areas that struck a deal with these bandits.
How sustainable that is. But so when you have those peace, then what happens? They move to the south.
I was going
it's all the forests, have. In fact, we need to even talk. This is ITV. We're in Edo State. If you know the things happening in Edo North, the amount to kidnappings. 2 brothers were kidnapped in Auchi. Medical doctors.
Yeah, medical doctors. One was
killed. Yes. Who is doing anything about it?
To make sure that sanity is restored.
What is the meaning? What is it? Tell me the meaning of everything.
It's actually impossible, like it's unfortunate.
Possible. What is possible? Everything. I mean, see, I acknowledge they're doing their best, but look, I don't think it's enough. I honestly, personally don't think it's enough. And you know why? Because they say, when you hear that people are, we talk about death now like just statistics. They say, when another person's dead body is being carried to the morgue or to the cemetery, it looks like firewood until he gets home, until he hits home. When it's clear to you, where is your relation, then you know how serious it is. Okay. We need to do more than what we're doing.
All right.
I'm sure the governor is actually putting more effort to, bring peace back.
Well, if we have to have our own version of Amotekun, a very effective vigilance group, let's do it. Let's do it, because I say I can't go home. Do you know how many businesses could have come to a state that can't because of this state of insecurity? And part of what is driving it, not his fault though, the roads are so bad. And when you can't drive fast, it's easy to waylay you. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know most of them are federal roads, so I'm not holding them responsible.
All right.
But we belong to the federal right now as APC, as a government, so we should do something.
Okay. Well, if you take a look at the situation right now, some are saying that releasing the 70 bandits into Katsina State might make the fight against banditry, terrorism, have this kind of a relief in that state. What do you think about this hypothesis? After all, from what they're saying right now, the military has been stressed too thin.
No, come again. I didn't quite get that.
The release of these bandits, according to them in that state, we ease the pressure on the military. After all, you will not have bandits attacking local government areas in these particular states. Vis-a-vis releasing the pressure on the military.
I don't agree. I don't. Formations all.
And they say the thing.
We have military all over. Hear my English. I'll repeat it.
Yes.
And internal security is actually the job of the police. Okay. Now the military is supplement because of the nature of this insurgency. Okay. The people that are being released are trained carriers of weapons. They are a threat to the military, whether you like it or not. More arms will enter their hands, and when they face the military, we lose more lives. Is it those ones you release that will relieve it? Deal with those people. So you have less people to deal with. Now you are releasing more people to come out there and fight. They are not ordinary persons. They are insurgents, trained.
Okay.
I don't see how that helps.
Doctor, would you say this will encourage more criminals elements to seek negotiation rather than, disarm? And is that good?
I think it's a sign of weakness. It's a sign of weakness. You know what these people say? They say before we can do this, they will kidnap people. This is what they do. They are very smart. They will go to a school, capture school girls, the most vulnerable, and they say, release our people, then we'll release them to you. What do you think they're doing? We need more fighters. If you want your children, release fighters, release our fighters, and then you give in. Is that not a sign of weakness? Hammer them some more. Depopulate them.
The hard way. Anyway, now you talked about military being a supplement, so to speak, to the police force. But as it stands right now, it's like the military, they are the ones in the forefront fighting insurgency. So how can you now relate to that? Because they are saying that for them to relieve pressure in Katsina State, for at least for the military to have this relief, so to speak, the reasons behind it.
Is Katsina the only state? Okay, maybe they are the ones, that's why we're discussing.
Yes.
But notice what they are married. Nobody ever suspected Sokoto. Thieves don't strike in their home state. If you live in a house, that's not where you armed robbers. They go out, then bring the loot home. What happened in Sokoto is an eye-opener. You don't hear about banditry and all that, or all those kidnappings in Sokoto state. But superior intelligence showed that is one of their main bases. From there, they go out and strike. And then they come back.
They return back there.
To that safe haven. And that was what happened there. So I think that there's a need to decimate them as much as possible. Scatter them, give them no peace. I'm disappointed that this action was not sustained. What they've simply done now is give them the opportunity to go and regroup and to be smarter. Now what they're doing is they're no longer staying in forests. That's why now they are sacking villages and taking over. So when they're in these villages, they're in the midst of people. And the people are paying them taxes. And if you bomb, you're bombing, there will be collateral damage in civilians. So we don't, they are making them re-strategize. There should be a sustained attack. Just go after them and, push them out of Nigeria. But they're everywhere now. What do we do?
Okay, well, looking at Katsina and the 70 bandits that were released,
yes.
Are you saying that this action that the government took will not help in curbing insecurity and attacks from the terrorists?
Well, maybe it works for them. Maybe it works for them. But, okay, so what is the cost of peace in Katsina? It means those guys will now move on to Kaduna and surrounding states. That's what it means. So how is that helpful to us as a country in the long run, generally? Who does that help? That's why I brought up the Sokoto issue. So now Katsina will be peaceful. Then other states now, because the guys are not idle. That's the only thing they know and do. They move on to other states. How has that helped?
Right, some of the people at the presidency should have spoken against this action by the government of Katsina. Instead, the presidency is like mum about this particular issue.
Why will they talk? They are looking at 2027.
Jeez. Doc, no, that's a low blow. That is a low blow.
Oh my God.
They're looking at 2027.
Yes.
But still, of recent, America gave Nigerians good weapons to fight against insurgency and, of course, banditry, even terrorists, generally speaking. Don't you think that will count as something?
I'm sorry to say this, but you see, we have compromised too much. All in the name of, okay, let's not rock the boat because of 2027 or because of politics. It's not helping anybody.
But doctor, you say they're looking at 2027. But if there's no peace, we won't have the election peacefully. So don't you think the government should sit up and attack this terrorism?
How does the peace in Katsina solve the one in Edo State? Or the terrorism going on in Zamfara and other places? That's what they have done. Remember, I talked about kinetic and not kinetic methods. So which means dialogue is also very important. I agree. But at what cost? Why did I go to a Niger Delta case? If you are dealing with people who are repentant, it's a different matter. But you are not. These guys are not guaranteeing you that they will not go back to attack. So if you had that assurance, it's a different matter.
No, but we've had the assurance where they are recruited into the army. Is that not good enough assurance since they're being recruited? Yes.
Because that was what late Buhari did during his tenure.
If I talk about that, if I open my mouth and talk about that here, because the truth is this: you recruit criminals into the army.
They have repented.
You don't have other people to recruit into the army. People who are pure, who don't have any ideological. These guys, they also have their own ideology. In fact, even when I talk about ideology and all that, but it's just negative ideology. What is the ideology? They must Islamize the whole of this. It's not just Islam, it's their type of Islam. Note, because they kill Muslims. It's their type. It's their way or the highway. So, I don't get it. You are taking people like that and putting into your army.
All right, now you talked about their way or the highway. Now, if you take a look at the situation right now,
yes,
does that mean that these people, they are stronger than various component states in Nigeria, or these governments are just the one giving them a part on the risk for them?
Thank you very much. Let me understand.
I'm talking peace now. Even that now, these terrorists are stronger than component states in Nigeria. And that's the reason why this governor, Katsina State governor, is giving them a part on the risk. No, if you look at
the guy is making people sweat all over the country. It's making people sweat all over the country. And nobody is big. Gumi is bigger. Well, if I say this now, people will say I've come again. But it looks in Chile. People in China.
do you think it's going to be very harmful to the country?
You can't really let criminals. I can't quite remember. That when you are
at par with him,
that's when you talk about negotiation. Cannot do that. It's stronger than you. So okay, let's talk.
Let's negotiate.
So what more can I say? I've said enough.
What's the way
forward? First of all, we have to make. Look, I don't know why they stopped this education of education.
Good administration.
Yes,
Marjorie.
Because problems can be allowed because we find that when they want to go, the soldiers tell us the feedback we get is that when they want to attack, somebody will call a higher authority and say, no, don't. The president should take an interest in chief. If anybody is found caught with that person, the Nigerian can check him out of it. I think that the government should stop paying lip service. Leave 2027. It belongs to God. Because even after all your strategy, now God, they give life. Do you understand? At the last, now who they are alive, they do 2027. Am I correct?
Yes.
Whether as voter or to be voted for.
Sure.
So we should focus on the now, okay? And allow our soldiers, give them the full mandate. I hope that the current Minister of Defense, I know they hide this, or the current, what do you call it, Minister of State for Defense, I don't know what he's still doing there. They should remove him so we know we have fresh legs in that place.
Total overhaul of the
defense, you see. And then, anyway, let me not go into the people's office. It's not like a personal breath of fresh air. They should allow them to do their job. Go out there and exterminate these criminals. If you need Americans to help you with whatever it takes, they put the heat on. They'll go to Niger, go to other countries. We don't need Nigeria.
Okay, Doctor. Finally, what is your message to the communities affected insecurity wide?
Say something, okay? But unfortunately, they don't know who to say to, because the person you say may be an informant. That's the problem that we have. I think that those representing National Assembly should do more, but unfortunately, even they can't go home. But they should make themselves accessible so that if they get information, they should liaise with the authorities and get things done. But most of our representatives, once they go to Abuja or they don't go back to the village, especially in these terrorist-prone areas. They're in touch. They've reached them. We'll be able to do more. So they should be more available. If it's an open line, you are not an assistant who will be answering. If it's happening, the news gets to immediately call the IG, call all those concerns so that within an hour, something is done.
Thank you, Source of Victor Kando, for analysis. We talk about the stick and carrot. I said that cutting too much. There is a stick. We are in this together. Nigeria definitely will overcome. If you see something, say something. Enough with the saboteur. Just go in there, do your job, and clean Nigeria. It is really getting disturbing, really getting worrisome. Well, this is where we'll put a pause right now on this discussion to move over to our Benin Network Center, where Evans is standing by.
All right, so that's all we can take on the program. TMI Socials because of the sound quality there. And We also want to say a very big thank you for joining us all the way from 7 this morning on the program. And this is where we draw the curtain on this show today. Don't forget the program continues tomorrow, Thursday, and another exciting edition of the program this morning on ITV. My name is Evan Sunokogi. On behalf of my anchors on this program this morning, a very good morning to you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project that I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
So how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service
to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion
must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity. And religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, it's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in.
And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your
community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, I mean, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany, but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing, the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there. In Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gottner-Mignot, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Ọ̀dẹ̀ aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kè abá sọ́pà ẹ̀. Àdàyè àtọ́jú abá sọ́pà ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
Gloria,
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, are unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace, and so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in.
And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through in particular our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine,
yeah,
which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the U.S.?
The U.S. Has done so, but others have not. Okay. And then, other crises also popped up, and then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa. Is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Angela Sao
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The CDC says 112 vandals, 50 illegal minors arrested, promotes 402 officers. Governor of Pueblo inaugurates reconstructed Oredo Girls Secondary School in Benin City. Surveyors meet in Benin City pledge aerial intelligence to combat insecurity. Lagos Legion and MIWA makes unwastable standard of living.
Now, to begin the news here in our Benin Network Center, the reconstructed Oredo Girls Secondary School on Awo Street off First East Circular Road within City has been inaugurated by Governor Monday Okpebholo, bringing to an end years of abandonment of the learning facility. The reconstruction of the school followed a directive by Governor Okpebholo aimed at ensuring that every child in Edo State has access to quality education in a safe and conducive environment. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu has the details.
Governor Okpebholo, on arrival for the inauguration, was warmly received by jubilant students and staff who expressed gratitude to his administration for reviving what he described as a long-abandoned project and restoring hope to the learning environment. The governor commended the improvement in the school, including staffing and infrastructure boost, describing it as a clear indication that his administration's intervention in the education sector is yielding desired results. He assured the host community and schools management of government's commitment to addressing challenge of power supply and other areas of need.
One thing that gave me joy today is the number of teachers I'm seeing in this school. Because I remember some time ago, I came to one of the schools, I saw just 2 or 3 teachers, but today I'm seeing over 20. That shows that we are on the right direction. We're going to bring the light into this school. We continue to upgrade this school for the betterment of our children.
Earlier, the Commissioner for Education, Dr. Padi Yamu, commended the project as a clear example of practical governance in action. He said the school before the intervention was an eyesore and a hub for nefarious activities.
What you are seeing today is a testament of a governor who is committed, a testament of a governor who is passionate about every Edo child. On behalf of the children, sir, we want to say thank you.
The reconstruction of Oredo Girls Secondary School is part of the Senator Monday Okpebholo-led administration's policy of revamping public schools and improving the quality of teaching and learning in Edo State. Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
In another report, Niger State's Governor Umaru Muhammad Bago has issued 2 months ultimatum to residents of Kainji Lake Forest to vacate the area for resettlement to avoid colossal damage as government perfects plans to bombard the forest and reclaim it from bandits. Governor Bago disclosed this during a second condolence visit to the Emir of Bogu, Alhaji Muhammad Danturu. Correspondent Ma Mohammed filed in this report.
While condoling with the people of Bargu for the second time, Governor Umar Muhammad Bago urged the Emir of Bargu and other traditional rulers to cooperate with security agents by revealing the identity of informants in their community. He said the activities of informants are posing serious threat, thereby sabotaging the efforts of the government in the fight against banditry.
Now it's a call on all these communities to leave the Kainji Lake and come out and be resettled by the Emir Council in a place where they become big towns. So we have given an ultimatum of 2 months that every community that's within that forest should come out and we'll resettle them. So we are very serious about it. We are going to take over this forest. We are going to burn it down. We are going to smoke them, and we are going to make sure that that land becomes very, very habitable.
In his response, the Emir of Bargu, His Royal Highness Alhaji Muhammad Dantoro, declared his full support to the government in the effort to rid the forest of banditry.
The informants are within us, and we know, and we are assuring the governor and the people that we will flush them out accordingly, inshallah. We will not leave any stone unturned, because the security of our people and their property is paramount important to us.
It is the hope of residents that this measure will be a stepping stone towards ending the prolonged banditry in the Kainji Lake Forest in Niger State, where hundreds of people were killed while others were kidnapped. From Minna, Niger State Headquarters, Ma Mohammed, ITV News.
Now, the Nigeria Police Force has confirmed that an abduction incident did take place at Kermin Wali community in Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State following days of denial, uncertainty and conflicting reports. A statement issued by the Force Public Relations Officer, CSP Benjamin Hundeyi, acknowledged that the incident, which sparked fear and anxiety among residents, was initially disputed during a meeting of the Kaduna State Security Council convened by Governor Uba Sani. He explained that subsequent verification from operational units and intelligence sources has confirmed that the incident did occur. According to the force, some individuals from the affected local government area described the report as false, creating uncertainty and the need for further verification by security agencies. The police explained that comments earlier made by the Commissioner of Police in Kaduna State, Rabiu Muhammad, which were widely interpreted as a denial, were in fact aimed at preventing public panic, while details were being confirmed. The police say tactical units have been deployed, patrols intensified, and targeted search and rescue operations are underway to locate and safely rescue the victims while restoring calm to the area. It, however, appealed to the public and the media to rely only on official sources for verified information and to avoid speculation that could jeopardize ongoing operations. Now, in more news, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, FCT Commandant, Dr. Olushola Odumusu, says the command has intensified its fight against vandalism, illegal mining, and other acts of economic sabotage, arresting 112 vandals and no fewer than 50 illegal miners. ITV's Victoria Lawal reports that the commandant disclosed this Tuesday at the decoration ceremony of the newly promoted 402 officers of the command in Abuja.
In a bid to boost morale and strengthen the nation's security architecture, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps (NSCDC) promoted 402 officers in the FCT command. During the ceremony, the NSCDC FCT commandant, Dr. Olushola Odumusu, urged the promoted officers to see their new rank as a call to higher responsibility, greater discipline, and enhanced service delivery. He highlighted some of the achievements of the Corps within a year.
The command has also intensified its fight against vandalism, illegal mining, and other acts of economic sabotage. Recorded in 2025, arrest of 112 vandals and no fewer than 50 illegal miners, followed by successful prosecution that have helped deter criminal activities. To the newly promoted officers, I urge you to wear your new ranks with humility, integrity, and renewed zeal, and let your conduct reflect the confidence reposed in you by the Corps and the Nigerian people.
The promoted officers also pledged their commitment to enhance FCT security and protect lives and property, warning criminals and vandals to watch their backs.
We are going to improve more to do what you can do, and those who thought they are criminals out there, they should watch out. There's a new sheriff in town.
With the help of God and collaboration with other security agencies, we will do our best to ensure that we mitigate the insecurity that...
As the NSCDC takes these bold steps, one can't help but wonder, would this be the game changer FCT security needs, or just another false hope in a sea of promises? Only time will tell. From Abuja, Victoria Lawal, ITV News.
The Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize the Senator Esther Nenadi Usman-led caretaker committee as the lawful leadership of the Labour Party, ruling that the tenure of Julius Aburi as the national chairman has elapsed. Delivering the judgment on Wednesday, Justice Peter Lifu relied on an April 4, 2025 decision of the Supreme Court to declare the former Minister of Finance as the valid leader of the party pending the conduct of a national convention. The court directed INEC to forthwith recognize the Senator Nenadi Usman-led caretaker committee as the only valid authority to represent the Labour Party. The ruling followed a suit filed by Usman in which Abure and the Nigeria Labour Congress were cited as defendants. You're still tuned in to the Network News on Independence Television. We'll now reconnect to our Lagos Network Center for the news on their end. Over to you, Mercy.
Many thanks, Chukwumfunaya, from our Lagos studio. Following the crisis that erupted between the leadership of the Nigerian Legion and widows of ex-servicemen and wives of the fallen heroes during the Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration, the leadership of the Legion and widows of fallen heroes have commenced a reconciliation process. Chairman of the Nigerian Legion, Lagos State Council, Deputy Commander General William Wakim Olawale, in a meeting with representatives of the widows across the three armed forces, said the crisis followed misinformation over the welfare of members of the Military Widows Association.
When one of the widows said the Lagos State government, the Legion has done for members of MEWA and ex-servicemen. This issue raised led to a meeting between the leadership of the Legion and members of MEWA. After several hours of meeting, the leadership of the widows said they are better informed on what government is doing, but asked for more.
It has been misinformation, because if you don't tell me the source at which you are giving me something, how will I know where the source is coming from? I'll think it's from you. If you are strengthening an act of fellowship to me.
So we agree and maybe register making on those register. So that as we listen to the Legion chairman today, we need to also understand some things that we do not really know. I'm happy that I am here, so that when the government is acting, we should be able to say, okay, we are getting it from the government, from the Legion. We will differentiate it now so that we know.
On the outcome of the meeting, the Commander, Nigerian Legion, Lagos State Council, DCG Wolimo Akim, said the Lagos State government has promised to continue to care for ex-servicemen, fallen heroes, and their families.
Those that we have their registration, we have them registered under us, we get across to them and reach out to them.
This meeting may have put an end to the usual yearly comment on abandonment made by widows of fallen heroes and ex-servicemen. From Lagos, Aibuji Horia, ITV News.
Moving on, Lagos State Task Force says it has intensified its enforcement against recalcitrant commercial motorcycle riders, popularly known as Okada operators, as part of ongoing measures to rid the state for the menace posed by illegal Okada operations and associated criminal activities. Chairman of the agency, CSP Adetaya Kerele, said 134 motorcycles have been impounded. The agency said it conducted a second phase of its cleaned-up enforcement exercise in the early hours of the day, following an earlier operations carried out in the morning, demonstrating its resolve to sustain pressure on violators of traffic and security regulations. It said the twin operations covered several strategic locations across the state, including Obalende, Falamo Underbridge, Costa Road, CMS Roundabout on Lagos Island, Second Rainbow, Mile 2 Bridge, 5-Star, Ladipo Bus Stop and Celeb Bus Stop along the Oshodi-Apapa Expressway. The agency said during the exercise, some commercial motorcycle operators were found plying restrictions routes, obstructing traffic flow and constituting a nuisance on major highway and adjoining roads. It said at the conclusion of the operations, 134 commercial motorcycles were impounded and sanity restored across all affected areas. The task force reiterated that all confiscated motorcycles will be processed and forfeited to the state through the courts in accordance with the Lagos State Transport Sector Law of 2018. From Lagos, Messalina Nkwo, ITV News.
In another report now, surveyors have been described as indispensable partners in modern security response, positioned to complement rather than replace security agencies by providing technical expertise and spatial intelligence, including drone operations required for effective security management in today's complex environment. This formed the focus of discussions by guest speakers at Day 3 of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors Edo State Branch Training Program, themed Aerial Intelligence, Boosting Security Response with Drones. Jolade Ojo reports.
A conference hall at the Faculty of Engineering, University of Benin, played host to members, past and serving president of the Nigerian Institutions of Surveyors, Edo State Branch, academics, students, representatives of the Department of State Services and Government. In a speech, chairman of NIS Edo State Branch, Surveyor Bruno Odaro, said the training represents a renewed awakening aimed at repositioning the surveying profession as a strategic partner in enhancing security in Edo State and Nigeria at large.
This story is simple of purpose and declaration of readiness by the Nigerian Students of Surveyors Edo State Branch to contribute meaningfully to the peace, safety, and development of our state.
Guest speaker and lecturer at the Federal School of Surveying, Oyo State, Surveyor Sahid Olaniyi, emphasized the critical role of drones in modern security operations, particularly in areas such as surveillance, search and rescue missions, and rapid response.
The benefit of drone as of today cannot be provided. In terms of security surveillance, the drone is assisting the security personnel in terms of rescue mission.
The program also featured an interactive session during which participants discussed challenges and possible solutions associated with the use of drone technology in addressing insecurity. The special assistant to Governor Monday Okwewolo on political matters, engagement and mobilization, Eugene Otubo, alongside surveyors and students, commended the initiative.
This is what we want. This drone will go a long way to assist us. Let the message back to His Excellency. The training has been very exciting. It has exposed us to what is required in a rescue mission. And this is where this profession comes to be.
Love for the government to engage the NIS. I believe that if there is proper collaboration, the issue of insecurity in the states will drastically reduce.
A practical demonstration session on drone flying further enlivened the program. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
We'll take an intermission now, after which we'll bring you more reports. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Network News on Independent Television. Now moving on, the Delta State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Aino Adeshola, has linked drug abuse to major causes of murder, especially among the youths in the state. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that CP Aino made the remarks during a media briefing at the police headquarters in Asaba.
The Commissioner of Police, SP Aino Adeshola, reeling out statistics of the achievements in the past year, said the command had sustained fight against courtesan, kidnapping, and drug abuse following a series of intelligence which led to the raids of hideouts of the criminal elements. SP Aino said he has, however, directed area commanders, divisional police officers to sustain raiding of hideouts of all drugs cartel across the 25 local government areas of the state and bring perpetrators to justice.
The command under my leadership will not relent in their fight against sales and abuse of drugs. We will continue to raid every suspected areas, hideouts, and criminal houses where drugs are being peddled. We will not let them rest. I also urge the members of the public, particularly those in the state, to support and cooperate with the state government and police in the fight against crime.
The Commissioner of Police later displayed illicit drugs recovered from the drug barons and weapons recovered from the hoodlums. SP Aino reaffirmed the command's commitment to the protection of life and property and assured residents of adequate security across the state. From Asaba, Benga Hamed, ITV News.
In another report, Reverend Mrs. Veronica Okpebolo, wife of Bishop Matthew Okpebolo, Managing Director of Ray Royal Construction Company, has been described as an embodiment of humility and a woman deeply committed to the welfare of children. This description was given during an early morning dew service held in honor to celebrate her 74th birthday at the Archbishop Benson Idahosa Cathedral, Church of God Mission International, Urumi, the administrative headquarters of Esa Northeast Local Government Area, Edo State. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omiji reports.
The morning dew service, held in honor of the matriarch of the Bishop Matthew Okpebolo family, Reverend Mrs. Veronica Okpebolo, took place at the Bishop Benson Idahosa Cathedral, Church of God Mission International, Urumi. The event was attended by family members, friends, and well-wishers. In a sermon titled Be Diligent, delivered by one of her daughters, Barrister Onome Briggs, Reverend Mrs. Okpebolo was described as a woman of humility who is sensitive to the need and welfare of children.
Be diligent in what you do. And of course, our mother here is somebody that we can look at. Some people will say, we now know Joseph, we never see Joseph before. But you get the ones when they're here that you can actually see. Praise the Lord.
Her husband, Bishop Matthew Okpebolo, alongside other guests, also described her as a loving mother to all.
For me to stay with her for these 53 years, you know she's so good. Her life has influenced me so much.
I'm wishing Mommy Okpebolo more years of excellent health. She will continue to enjoy the fruit of her labor and continue to be the great mother and grandmother that she is.
The high point of the celebration was the cutting of the birthday cake by the celebrant, Reverend Mrs. Veronica Okpebolo, assisted by her husband and other guests.
We thank God for what God has been doing right from my birth to 74 now. And I thank God for my husband, my children, who has been a big pillar.
Nurses from St. Matthew Nursing School also participated actively, adding color to the celebration. In Urumi, Chris Omije, ITV News.
Now, elders of Ubine community in Ovia Northeast Local Government Area of Edo State have announced the death of the Odionri Pa Usiobaifo Osayande. This announcement was made during an enlarged meeting of elders and youths of the community. The report by Victor Eriyo is presented by Ikmomusa Ugyagbi.
The meeting, held at the residence of the Ozukbogefa, second in command, Pa Oseye Iriamiato, was attended by elders and youths of Ubine community. Speaking to newsmen, the chief priest, also known as the Ohonvia, Pa Alfred Agbonedeso, said in line with the Benin customs and tradition, the community elders, accompanied by the late Odionwe's son, had informed the palace of the Oba of Benin of the passing of the Odionwe, Pa Usiobaifo Osayande. He explained that the palace directed that the Ozukbogefa and the Okayele Dominic Edobo should oversee the affairs of the community pending the installation of a new Odionwe.
Odionwe ogima pa Usiobaifo Osayande. Obeke gabe wona ona pa yabanika. Mana bi yegwa ana aka momo homona we. We na yena ake mie pe ani a Odionwe yo. Eri mana Ozukbogefa no dey by Okayele Dominic Edobo. Ni ma dolo na ye.
Other elders corroborated the chief priest's statements.
Egwanawe ma Odionwe, egwanawe ma ajowa, ni ma lele Olukuge Okayele. Na debo na yake mie awe me Odionwe logbon.
Zaganira na Odionwe egwa ona Odionwe. Awe ni wane lele akian.
Non, il y a rien. Dominique Dobo, il y a
Sayan de Oshabafo, no débat ni kao. Erona débat oye no dion. Na yata me gwa we erimani ge o débat ni kao. Gwa na we no yo zupu ge valele débat heno rewo, débat eniwa ya fani rewo dion ke bi me no kagele. Mado agba o rewo na.
They however expressed shock that as the meeting was being concluded, some suspected thugs invaded the community, destroying vehicles and other property. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
We'll take a break now, after which the news continues. Do stay. Welcome back. Now, it was celebration galore as the Chief Executive Officer of Mykonos Hotel, Ambassador Vincent Imade, popularly known as Ifinosun, and his wife, Sandra Imade, marked 20 years of marital union in grand style. The joyous occasion, which coincided with the birthday of Mrs. Ifinosun, held at the SIO Event Center, Ikpokma, GRA, Benin City, brought together dignitaries, including the Deputy Speaker, Edo State House of Assembly, community leaders, business moguls, friends, and well-wishers from within and outside the state. Ofure Aneto reports.
Love, they say, grows stronger when shared with purpose and commitment, a reflection seen in the union of Ambassador Vincent Imade, popularly called Ifinosun, and his wife Sandra, as they celebrated 2 decades of togetherness. The celebrant made a grand entrance into the beautifully decorated hall, flanked by friends and well-wishers. A major highlight of the ceremony was the cutting of the anniversary and birthday cake amidst cheers, as guests enjoyed an array of delicacies and live music, adding color and excitement to the celebration, which also coincided with the birthday of Mrs. Sandra Imade.
Capital letter O, capital letter V, capital letter E.
The celebrant expressed gratitude to God and appreciation to guests for sharing in their joy, as prayers were offered for continued happiness and many more years together.
I'm so excited and happy as she's celebrating her birthday. I wish her this year to be the best of her life.
I feel very happy. I'm with the right person.
Everything that has to do with good life, God will release it to them. I wish Vincent and his wife happy marriage anniversary.
I pray God grant them long life and prosperity.
For this number of people to come and celebrate with you, it means you have good relationship with people.
They have come a long way. 20 years is not a joke. By the grace of God, we also wish them more years to come.
A greater tightened union that will lead them to old age.
I wish them a happy anniversary for their marriage of 20 years.
I want to say a very big thank you for making me to work for you.
From Benin, Ofure Aneto, ITV News.
On to another report now, as stakeholders in the livestock sector have called for strategic reforms to boost productivity and resilience in the industry. This was the focus of the ongoing 3-day retreat for retooling the LPRES 2026 work plan, holding at the John Odige Oyegun Public Service Academy. The report filed by Shalom Umugara is presented by Jolade Uju.
In a panel discussion, Edo State Commissioner for Livestock Development, Professor Ignatius Omorodion, and other experts emphasized priority actions for the 2026 work plan, including improved veterinary services, increased private sector participation, stronger research support, and better policy coordination.
We are looking at PPE model, the sustainability of this infrastructure and this business, taking a holistic review from the production to the commercialization of livestock products.
We look at the security area, we are looking at grievance regret mechanism, how we are able to come together with the community people, with the farmers, with the herder, to make sure that there is peace in Edo. Another area that we'll look at is traceability and identification. We are looking at the animals that come into the state. How are we going to identify them? How are we going to know their owner?
Participants at the retreat, including livestock farmers, professors, researchers, veterinary experts, experts and private investors who examined challenges affecting the sector and proposed practical solutions. The retreat is expected to produce a robust and actionable 2026 work plan aimed at strengthening the livestock value chain, improving livelihoods, job creation, and enhancing food security.
We thank the organizer, both the World Bank and the state's government. They are trying to move us from the traditional or local farming system to a more modern way of doing things.
To see where we align and synchronize the work plan from ELPRES, so to align also with the state government program.
Well, we looked at the various aspects of the work plan of ELPRES, harmonizing it alongside with what the Ministry of Livestock Development is doing, so that there will be optimal utilization of resources.
From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Next on the network news is sports with Osemudiame Usage.
Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman and Calvin Bassey have been included in the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations team of the tournament. Champion Senegal and host Morocco have 4 players each in the selection. Morocco's Yassine Bounou earned his place in goal after an incredible record of 5 clean sheets. Bassey selected among 3 other defenders, Ashraf Hakimi and Nusser Mazraoui, both from Morocco, and Senegal's Moussa Niakate. Lookman, who registered 3 goals and 4 assists in the competition, is joined in midfield by Senegalese duo of Idrissa Gana Gueye and Pape Gueye. Osimhen is flanked in attack by Senegal superstar Sadio Mane and Morocco's Brahim Diaz. And in tennis, Coco Gauff and world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka both cruised into the Australian Open third round with efficient victories. French Open champion Gauff needed just 77 minutes to sweep aside Serbia's Olga Danilovic 6-2, 6-2 and book a third round meeting against fellow American Eli Baptiste. Two-time winner Sabalenka overpowered China's Bai Zhuzuan 6-3, 6-1 in 72 minutes. Sabalenka, who is yet to lose a match in 2026, will face Anastasia Potapova in the third round after the Russian-born Austrian defeated British number 1 Emma Raducanu. And that's it from Sports Desk. I am Osemudiame Usage.
And here's where we draw the curtain on the network news on independent television tonight. I am Chukufum Nanya Degwe. Thank you so much for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
TV, certainly the best.
Ojode Atwaje, Abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ayabatoke, Abatope. Ayabatoke, Abatope. Guajua.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with the state and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity. And religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan. Hunger is there in Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna-Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Crush and infatuation. Now these are three terms that have similarities, but you see it all depends on the perspective from which you're looking at it. Now today we are looking at a very interesting conversation, something that has to do with the teenage perspective to infatuation, or rather the teenage perspective to love and relationship. And that's basically what we're looking at today. Now, this is, I'd like to say, welcome to Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it is always a pleasure to have you join me on the show. Now, like I said, it is a very interesting conversation because, you know, love is a very broad subject. But when you are looking at it through the prism of a teenager, then you'll see that it's a different thing entirely. Now, I've got two amazing personalities in the house with me, and together we're going to be doing justice to this conversation. Now, to my far left is a team's coach. She goes by the name of Isioma Ogbeide. Welcome on board, Isioma.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year once again.
Yeah, same to you. It's actually our first time of seeing this year.
Yeah.
Interesting. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, and seated next to Isioma is Abigail, another team's coach. And I think her surname is Aiwobahi.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year too. I think it's also our first time of seeing this year.
Yes, our first time.
All right, so let's hit the ground running. A very interesting topic, you'll agree with me.
Yeah.
Teenage perspective to love and relationship. Who would like to take the first shot? Maybe you, Abigail.
Okay.
When a teenager says he or she has a crush, what comes to your mind? What does it imply?
Okay, I like the way you use the word crush.
Okay.
Because most times when I interact with teenagers and they tell me they're having a crush, I'm relaxed. I'm not.
Why are you
yes,
relaxed?
I'm relaxed because if you look at the dictionary meaning of a crush, it's like a strong attraction that doesn't last long. So if a teenager tells me that, ma or auntie, I'm having a crush on this girl, or I'm having a crush on this boy, so I presume, or I assume that they've already looked at, they understand what a crush means, that it's not going to last. It's not something that will last. So I'm really relaxed. It's only when they tell me that I don't really know I'm feeling about this person, I think I'm in love. So that's when I want to go through the difference between love, lust, and infatuation. Because when we talk about teenagers having a crush, it's a normal process of growing up. It's something that everyone we experience, you know. With the onset,
it's a phase?
Yes, it's a phase. With the onset of puberty, it's normal. You know, there are so many changes that is going on in the body of a growing adolescent. Physical changes, emotional changes, and social changes. So one of such emotional changes that they begin to notice the opposite sex. Now, if we even bring it down before they get to that, because when we look at adolescent, maybe around the age of from 11 to 19. If we even bring it down, studies will tell you that even children below as early as 6, yes, can experience a crush, yes, as early, but it's just harmless. It's not something that's serious like when they get to around that age of 9 or 10. So, you know,
kind
children,
of fascinating.
It's fascinating, yes.
Imagine a 6-year-old or 7-year-old having a crush.
It is. Sometimes it may be that if for instance, if you notice that your child is constantly talking about it, but it's the way they're having it for younger age. It's not like that kind of sexual attraction like maybe the way adults will imagine it. They just like this person. Sometimes maybe that person is a new student in the school. They are interested, they want to be friends with that person. They are 10 because I've noticed it in my child. It's something that I have kind of, I had a first-hand experience. Like, there was a time my son was always talking about this particular, the name was always on his lips, like this particular name. But after some time, I didn't hear the name again.
So the phase passed.
Yes, it's a phase. So, but as they grow, as they mature, that feelings may begin to grow strong. But like experts will say, most of the feelings that teenagers experience at that particular stage, because it's a, it's a transition period. There's a lot going on within them. Their emotions are high, their hormones are high. So most of the feelings they're having at that particular time is not true love. It is infatuation. So if a teenager can understand that, okay, what I'm experiencing at this point is a crush, so I believe that they will not want to act on it immediately. They will want to just give it time, because that's what we always encourage teenagers. If you think you have feelings for this person, why don't you give it time? Give it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. If that feeling is still there, there's probably true love. Because for infatuation dies with time, but love peaks. You realize that it grows over time. So if my teenager tells me that they're having a crush, because even if they tell you they're having a crush, you have to give them ways on how to, you understand, to manage it. Not just, okay, you're having a crush, you laugh over it and you just forget about it. You give them, you groom them, you teach them what they are expected to know at that particular time. Sometimes what when I talk to my teenagers about having a crush, I let them know that it is normal, it's a normal part of growing up, but it doesn't mean you need to act on it. And you don't even need to let that person notice, because there are times the person will not notice that you are crushing on them. What about if they also reciprocate it and they begin to ask you out, or they're interested in you, they want you to, they want you to be their girlfriend or their boyfriend. So it also boils down to the value system in the home, because I think these are conversations that parents should be having with their children beforehand, because sometimes you might be unaware. In schools, I've been in the educational sector for a long time to see that even children as early as primary 4, primary 3, they write love letters.
Wow.
Yes, as early as that, they exchange. They have a girlfriend, they have a boyfriend. Sometimes you flog them, you beat them. How are they learning? Sometimes because you are not the only influence over your children. They read books. Some of them read romantic books. You might not know they watch romance. So even sometimes we say that is normal for them to experience that. Sometimes the kind of movies or the kind of content that is supposed to can also bring about that fantasy. They begin to daydream about this person. They just want this special person. So I think these are conversations that parents should have with their children on love, crush, and infatuation, even before they get to that age of 13.
A big thank you to you, Abigail, for your very brilliant analysis. I would like to know, Isioma, do you share that thought? Do you believe, because she just equated a crush to infatuation, do you think it's the same thing? Is it not possible for a crush to metamorphose into something solid?
Okay, so equating crush and infatuation doesn't mean that it can't evolve finally to love. But I would like to put in this analogy when it comes to the issue of crush. The fact is that these emotions, like you already rightly said, they are part of your normal development as a child, going into teenagehood and into adulthood, because you will need those emotions much later in life to handle relationships, even in marriage and all. So first baseline is that it's not wrong for you to have such emotions. But again, because at that time, your maturity level might not be able to handle certain responsibilities, that's where that caution now comes in. Because even if, of course, that you know that you have so much money as a parent, or you can afford a car for your child, you wouldn't give your 6-year-old child a car to drive.
True.
Doesn't make it that that child doesn't need a car, but at that time,
you love the child less.
Yes, and doesn't mean you love the child less. So for the mere fact that fine, you are having this infatuation towards this person or having a crush towards this person, doesn't actually mean that at that time you really need to now go all in to get totally involved to the extent that it now begins to distract you or anything. Because really, true love is not even about all of the feelings, like we know. There are things that will come up that will challenge those feelings, and if you are not ready for it, it will cause a mess.
It will cause a mess. Now, how do teenagers define love, and how is it different from attraction, Abigail?
Okay, from a teenager's perspective, because I'll be speaking as a teen mentor from what I have seen. You know, as I mentioned earlier, this adolescent stage is a very peculiar and unique phase for teenagers, and there are so many changes that is going on in their body, physically, emotionally, and socially. And the thing is that from the perspective of a teenager, when they're having that feeling of attraction or this infatuation for someone, most times they see it as true love. That's from the perspective, most of them, except the ones that are already, they have been pre-informed, maybe because of the kind of environment or the level of information they have received over time. But sometimes, because that feeling is so intense, you know, we were once there now. Every one of us, it's something that we've experienced. You'll be daydreaming about this person, you'll be thinking about this person. Like, there are times you cannot even do anything. By the time when this person walk past or you walk past, your heart breath will cease. You understand? So it's like that. You just feel like this. You will begin to daydream about how you are going to wear that wedding gown. How it's for life. This is going. In fact, even at that point, even some of them, when they begin to maybe take the feelings further, they begin to date that person. By the time you begin to advise them or caution them that this thing will not last, sometimes we adults, we want to caution them. They will think that you are just saying your own. It's your own. They want to act on that feeling because
you don't want them to be happy.
Yes, because sometimes they will even look at you like old school. They will even tell you that you have lived your life. They will tell you that you've lived your life. You want to come out. Why don't you want me to be happy? Especially maybe sometimes maybe you are a teacher or you are maybe you are not married. They will say that you are a killjoy. You are not. They will have that kind of view. It happens sometimes. Like Auntie Isioma rightly said, because they are having that feeling doesn't mean that they should act on it with immediate. They should give it time. So when teenagers are in that particular phase, even we adults will try to talk them out of it. What you are feeling is infatuation. It won't last. Just some of them will just, in fact, at that particular phase, to them it is true love. It is true love. So that's how they view love at that particular time. Then another thing is that if, for instance, that teenager is growing up in a home where their parents are available, you understand, they can have such conversations with them, then it can also influence their view. Then bringing it down to the family dynamics, because we are looking at the perspective, the view, how teenagers view love. You know, people view love in different ways. Some people view love as transactional. Some people view love as is something you have to give something to get another thing in return. The kind of family dynamics, if a child is growing up in a home where there is love, the parents are like, they are in tune with each other, there is mutual love, understanding, and respect. That child will also grow up with that positive mindset that this is how love ought to be, and they will not want to settle for less. But if that child is growing up in a chaotic kind of home environment whereby the parents are always at loggerheads, there's conflict, it can even lead to unhealthy attachment style. There are some people that will tell you, no, I can never fall in love, because maybe their mother, they've seen how they, because maybe the mother is always begging for attention from the father, or let's say the father is only when the man drops money or when he provides, that's when the wife will show him attention. So the boys will also internalize that for me to gain love, for me to get love, I need to make money for me to gain love from girls. So that's that kind of mindset. So the family dynamics can also influence the perspective teenagers have about love.
Okay, Isioma, you have something to add to that?
Okay, so something else about the love that at that age most teenagers feel is that most time it's so intense and more of emotions rather than deep-seated respect or how will I put it, the entirety of the person is not involved in it. So most times it's more superficial. Why will I say this? Because if you notice, when we really talk about love, fine, it might start with the physical attraction, but much later as love grows, it goes beyond the physical attraction. You now start looking at the personality of this individual, because fine, I might go to a mall and I love something, I'm attracted to the pack,
the packaging,
I will buy it. But when I take it and I don't feel good about it, or something about it puts me off, what happens? I discard it.
So beyond the attraction or the physical attraction, the content and the substance do matter.
Do matter. But at that teenage, that first age, it's usually, oh, this guy is tall, dark, handsome. Oh, I love the way she speaks. Oh, I love the way she walks.
But do teenagers put all of these factors you just mentioned into consideration? Do they
at
consider
that
the personality
stage,
of the person? Okay.
Because much later, when a few of them get really involved, they now find out that, wow,
this is not really what I want.
This is not what I ordered versus what I got.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Isioma, for that very interesting one. Well, it's still Flipside on independent television, and we're discussing the teenage perspective to love and relationship. We have to go on this break now. The program continues afterwards. Please stay back. It's still Flipside on independent television. Now, Abigail, this question goes to you. A lot of young people of this era are exposed to social media. As a matter of fact, social media is like the real world to them, because some of them spend more time on social media than the real world. So how do social media materials influence them and influence their perspective to love and relationship?
All right. Okay, like in this time and age, in this digital age, social media have a kind of a strong influence on teenagers' perspective about love and relationship, because like you said, they spend a large proportion of their time on social media, and these sources, these online platforms can now serve kind of a source of reference for or information as regards relationship and romance. One thing I've come to notice is about social media, because when we talk about social media platforms like Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, there is a way they, especially social media influencers, there's a way they portray this kind of curated image, this kind of perspective of happy couples. You understand? When you come on social media, you see someone be an influencer you are following, the way they depict their relationship is just about soft lives, money, vacation, going, you know, gifts, all the kind of fairy tale. So this kind of unrealistic portrayal of relationship. I'm not trying to say that relationship is not romantic, relationship is not glamorous, it's not sweet, it is sweet. Love is a beautiful thing, but there is a way they portray it to their audience. And one thing is that when you share a particular image or let's say a particular content on social media, you cannot direct the way the audience interprets it. It's just like I think some months back I was reading this content on social media that and there was a time that a lot of people were writing books, they were publicizing it on Facebook, on social media. I just wrote this book, I was invited to this speaking engagement, and I just won this deal. A lot of people were just kind of posting their wins. People still do that on social media. Then somebody was now saying that a lot of people were intimidated. You that were intimidated, that's how you choose to see, because the person who put that out there, their intention is not to intimidate you. Maybe they just like to share content about their life, about their wins, and you rejoice with them. Maybe that's their aim, but for you, you interpreted it in another way. So sometimes when social media influencers, they just portray this image of this fairy tale, this road, they romanticize love and relationship. It may make teenagers begin to feel that, it even make teenagers confuse lust and infatuation for love. It may make them confuse lust. They may not look at the deep things that are important: commitment, loyalty, trust. They may just think, okay, relationship is just all about going out on dates, about fancy restaurants, about buying me gifts and all that. The another thing that social media, the way that the way social media portray love is that it can bring about this comparison culture, where teenagers begin to compare themselves or their relationship with that of influencers or their peers. They may just like, okay, maybe that teenager is in a relationship, they'll feel like, okay, my relationship, I'm not doing well in this relationship, or this person is not giving me what I want. Or they may even begin to feel like, I am losing out, I am behind because I am not in a relationship, because I don't have a boyfriend to test me, or I don't have a girlfriend to send me tests, and you understand? Yeah. So they may begin to feel left out, they may begin to feel self-conscious that they don't have somebody. The another thing that movies, because we are looking at social media and movies now, another thing that movies does is that there is this narrative that movies sell to the audience. Like, they make it seem as if love is enough to cover a whole lot of things, you know. I know that the Bible tells us that love covers a multitude of sin, but that's just talking about the love that Jesus has for humanity. But they make it seem as if no matter the bad behavior of that person, you have to make sacrifices. Sometimes this can encourage or make teenagers condone abuse or bad behavior, because they feel like, okay, in that movie that I watched, the man was physically abusive to the woman, but she was patient, and or maybe the man was just like, okay, I know she's cheating on me, but I know she still loves me, so let me just understand. So it can make young people normalize abuse in their relationship. So social media has kind of a strong influence on the views that teenagers or young people have about. It can lead to this unrealistic expectation. They begin to see love and romance as just a fairy tale, instead of the things that really matter, like commitment, loyalty, and understanding, trust.
Thank you so much, Abigail, for that one. Now I would like to know, Isioma, how do you strike a balance between physical attraction and lust amongst teenagers?
Okay, so physical attraction and lust, they're about the same thing, because with lust, there's the physical component that draws the individual in. Okay. So when we talk about physical attraction, again, it's normal. Biologically.
Okay, so you're saying that physical attraction in itself is not a problem?
It's not a problem. It's not a problem, because biologically, as you get into that puberty age, there are hormones that are being released in your system. Oxytocin is one of them. It's a sex hormone, and it's one of those hormones that tries to call in physical intimacy. Okay. You understand? And yes, much later in life, when you get married, you actually need those hormones, but they pile up over time. And for a young person who becomes physically attracted to another individual, it's also healthy. But again, there's the line that needs to be drawn. And that's why, for me, one of the counsel I would like to bring in for parents now is, we had a meeting with teenagers in a camp meeting, and we're asking, what are some of the things, if daddy and mommy are not here, let's just talk. What are some of the things you are not comfortable about? And we're like, they are being overprotective. And I'm like, but it's love. It's just their way of telling them. They said no. And I had to go back and go and check. Those things that we call, that teenagers call overprotective, it's just you not trusting their ability.
Okay.
Now,
the ability to
take decisions. Yes.
Okay.
So now I'll bring this in. So I see a young girl and a young boy talking. Fine, there are other boys in the club, but they are talking together. As a parent, that's not the time for you to come and say, "Na so boy they talk to." Do you want her to be talking to girls like? Do you want her to now become a lesbian?
In fact, that would be worrisome.
It should be worrisome.
Okay.
So for the mere fact that they are physically attracted, it's healthy. Okay. I tell my young girls around, there's the age you get to, you are like a beautiful flower. Anybody that sees it, we certainly admire. So someone tells you you are beautiful, you know already told you are beautiful.
Does that explain why, you know, some guys would, if you tell some guys that they like women too much, they'll tell you, is it man that I should like?
So, well, maybe, but so physical attraction, it's okay. But now, you should now know when this is now going into loss, where it now becomes obsessive, where it becomes compulsive, where it becomes controlling. Like, you are not able to do any other thing, you are not able to focus on academics, you are not able to do anything except that particular, that one now becomes a problem. You don't eat, you don't take your bath until when you have called or spoken with this person.
So that you don't hear from the person,
so that has gone beyond attraction.
No, it has gone beyond attraction. That one is not like a disorder, yes, obsession. So for that, that's not healthy. But that a young girl or a young boy sees someone else of the opposite sex, particularly at that age, and they're attracted, it's fine.
Okay, thank you so much, Isioma. Now, Abigail, what do you think parents and instructors are doing wrong in terms of, you know, instilling the right knowledge in these people, in these young people, on the difference between attraction and lust? Because a lot of them do not understand the difference. Like she said, you know, some of them just model it up. You know, you tell them, you know, when they tell you that they are in love or they are attracted to someone, and if it is not well channeled, they might just, you know, channel it the wrong way and then become obsessed, like she said. So how do you think parents should be able to, you know, teach them the difference between attraction and, you know?
Well, I think because of my interaction with a lot of parents as a teen mentor, I would say that parents of this generation, they are doing quite well when it comes to this area. Some parents may not really have all the knowledge, but some of them go beyond the way to get maybe books, even kind of encourage their children to have mentors, either in school or in church, or get the services of mentors to kind of enlighten their children on these things. But I would say that for some parents that are still feeling like, okay, these are not things that my children should be talking about, I think it still boils down to that mentality, that mindset, that anything that has to do with relationships, sexuality is not something that is like a taboo to some parents, because so many of us, that's how we were raised. You cannot have this conversation. But the thing is that I cannot really understand. Even everyone went through that phase. Even the parent now that is scolding that child, you are spoiled, why are you saying this, or why are you doing this, or why are you talking about love or relationship? You begin to caution or you begin to invalidate that child's feeling. But the thing is that parent was once in that age, and I would tell, I can say that at a particular point in time they had attraction for someone. It may even be that is not even the person that they are married to today. So why are they making a fuse over it? So
it could also be that they made mistakes in their own time.
In their own time, and yes, they are scared. But using fear is not. In fact, fear does not bring any results. It's not a good parenting tool. Sometimes even the Bible says that thing that you fear so much, it will happen to you. So when you use fear as a tool to correct your children, most times they end up doing that same thing. So it just, I think it boils down to you having this conversation. I can call it difficult conversation, because there are not conversations that are easy to have. At times when you are even awkward. Yes, when you're even having, and the thing is that it becomes awkward when you leave it over time, when they become teenagers. It's not, they don't just get to 13, you now sit your daughter down and say, now that you are not started seeing your period, and you know that if a boy and if you are not supposed to be having sex, and that is not at that time. In fact, sometimes some parents even leave such conversations or limit it to their daughters, why they just leave the boys to themselves. No, it's a conversation that you should have with both your, anything that it has to do with relationship in general. infatuation, having a crush, lust. In fact, there are so many things that you can discuss with your children, and I believe that every parent have a vision of how they want their children to live their life. I don't think that even a native doctor's child or a native doctor, yes, anybody, even if you are not educated, I believe everybody has a vision for their children. This is how I want my children to live their life. So even if you have that mental picture in your head, you need to verbalize. Don't just keep it there, because your children cannot enter into your head. And another thing is that some parents have this belief that, okay, my child is seeing me, or because we go to church, or because they attend Sunday school with me, then they should know what to do. As long as, fine, the church is also playing their own role, the church, Sunday school teachers and everyone, you also need to let them that this, set boundaries for them. This is how I want you to, because sometimes I've seen children in school, they live double life. Sometimes some parents are not even aware that their child is in a relationship. Sometimes that's why it comes as a surprise to some parents when they hear that their daughter is sexually active or their son is sexually active. Because for me personally, I want to have that kind of relationship with my child that they will be able to discuss even difficult things, that even if they mess up, I will be the first person that they want to tell, like, I must have this conversation with my mother. They will not want to hide it from me. So I believe these are things, conversations that parents should have with their children. Like talking about infatuation, love, like I normally discuss with my teenagers, when you want to know the difference between love or love and infatuation, first you have to look at, because like I mentioned earlier, for a teenager going through that phase, they feel it is true love. First you have to look at the way it comes. For infatuation comes suddenly.
Okay. All right, I'll have to pause you there, Abigail. Of course, I know you were making a whole lot of sense, and hopefully when we return, you'll be able to build on that. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. We shall be going on this break now. Please stay tuned. Many thanks for staying tuned. All right, Abigail, you were taking us on a journey before we went on that break.
Yes, how teenagers can differentiate between love and infatuation. So one of the, if you are, maybe your teenager is experiencing this kind of attraction and they are confused if it's actually true love or if it's an infatuation. One of the first way to identify that it's infatuation is that infatuation comes suddenly, like the feeling is quick. Okay. And the feeling is very strong, like you just feel like you just want to.
True love?
In a way, at that initial stage, so it comes quickly, but the thing is that it fades quickly. Okay. But love grows with time. Love is steady, it develops over time. But infatuation comes quickly, then it fades quickly. For love, it grows gradually, maybe from friendship or maybe from a crush to friendship, like that. Okay. It peaks over time. With time, you keep seeing that. Every day you keep the feeling for this person keeps growing. But for infatuation, on the other hand, it begins to kind of diminish over time. Okay. So you even realize that this person you just used to like so much, you feel so much attracted to them, suddenly you don't even like them. At times when that thing wear off, that infatuation wear off, you begin to look at the person, will just look ordinary to you. You even start wondering, like, why did I even like this person before? What even brought me to this person? At times, even amongst sometimes when I talk to my teenager about relationship, I tell them that there are times you might even realize that that person that you're having a crush on or you are infatuated with has a very terrible character, a bad behavior. But at that point in time, you won't be seeing that behavior. It's only when that thing wears off, you begin to realize that this person has a nasty attitude. I don't even think I can even be with this person.
So it appears as though a scales fell off the person's eyes.
But with love, it grows over time. Then secondly, infatuation is usually superficial. It's usually based on the outside of that person, their beauty, how beautiful they are, what they have is kind of, okay, this person can sing very well, this person can dance, he can play football, or he or she, understand, it's just based, it's superficial. But love, on the other hand, love has to do with the innate qualities of that person. Fine, maybe at first you'll be attracted to, there will be something that attracts you to that person. Okay, I just like this person because he or she has a beautiful voice, there's a way that he or she talks, that's the reason why I'm attracted. But over time, you get to start. That's why I always tell teenagers, give it time. The fact that you're attracted to this person, give it time. With time, you begin to see this person's qualities. So love, most often than not, is based on values, the values of that person, the character of that person, their personality. Yes, it's more on that. So there's always also attraction, but it's based more on the innate qualities of that person. The another difference between infatuation and love is that most times infatuation is like a fairy tale. You begin to obsess over that person. You begin to think about that person unnecessarily. You begin to daydream about that person. It may even affect your daily activities. You may even start to begin to feel insecure when you don't hear from this person. Or maybe you see them with another person. You begin to feel jealous. Love is not jealous. Love is, in as much as love is is also emotional, but you don't feel that jealousy, or you don't feel insecure. Love is a lot calmer and a lot safe. But for infatuation on the other, one thing I would say in summary is that infatuation excites while love stabilizes.
Okay, so you're saying that love is not jealous, so there's no element of jealousy.
Okay.
Because I've seen adults who are truly in love, who express jealousy.
Yes.
So, I mean, how do you...
Okay, so for that, if you really truly love someone, at some point jealousy could come up.
Okay.
But again, that emotional intelligence that comes with love, which is not an infatuation, now helps you to check yourself and find out, this jealousy, is it rooted in something that I feel but is not actual? So I saw this person probably talking with another person, and I'm imagining now that there's something sexual going on between them. Or is it because I feel insecure about an attitude that this person is showing me? The emotional intelligence is what will now push you to ask questions, because in true love, there's communication.
Okay.
You don't just assume. And then you'll be able to now get rid of...
Let's not also forget that communication is a two-way street.
Yeah.
You
Yes.
might want to communicate, and the person you're trying to communicate with is not even helping matters.
Okay, fine. But even then, you need to be careful, because anybody that treads that path of jealousy, along that path, will lead to destruction, both for yourself and for that person that you love. And that's why you see where some people, they say, oh, this partner stabbed this other, or this one did something harmful to the other. It was because there was a jealousy that cropped up that was not checkmated.
Okay. All right. Is there a difference between jealousy and insecurity? Because it seems to be like the same thing to me.
Okay, so jealousy and insecurity, it's more like one manifesting what the other one is saying. So when you are insecure, jealousy crops up.
But is it not possible to be jealous without being insecure?
It's possible for you to be jealous and not be insecure if the root problem of that jealousy is not the insecurity. Like I said, it could be the attitude of the other partner that is leading to that jealousy.
Okay. All right. Here's another one. The issue of rejection, like I said, okay? It's one thing for you to like someone, and yet another thing for the person to like you back.
You breakfast.
Yeah, so what happens when... You didn't have to say that.
Breakfast.
Okay, so you like someone, but the person doesn't like you back. How do you handle that? And how do teenagers handle it? And how do you think they should handle it?
Okay.
Let me ask Abigail this one.
First, okay, I should start.
Yes,
okay, what I would say is that teenagers, because they are still developing, they are still growing, they cannot really handle rejection well like adults, the way adults would do, At that particular stage, their self-esteem, their identity is not fully formed. Emotional regulation skills is not fully developed. At that particular point, teenagers, they don't handle rejection well, except maybe that teenager is like, there are always exceptions to every rule. There are some people that do well. In fact, I believe some people have this resilient spirit. Like they are kind of born with it. Like it's just like something that is innate. But for some, they easily give up. You understand? Things easily bother them. They easily feel anxious or this kind of anxiety. They easily experience it. But most often than not, because of the peculiarity of that stage that teenagers are in, their brain is not full. Psychologists will tell you that the brain of an adolescent is not fully developed until around the prefrontal cortex, yes, to be precise, until around the age of 25. That's the reason why they may act irrational, give into impulse, or engage in risky behavior. But for a teenager going through rejection, sometimes they may not even open up to their parents about it. Most times it's a personal thing. Some of them may begin to isolate themselves. Some of them may begin to experience sleep deprivation. They may not eat well at that point. They may even be angry. Some of them may even be angry with the person that rejected them. It's very common among boys. They may even begin to get back at the person. They may even begin to kind of put up this defensive act. I didn't even like her before, safe, because they don't want to expose, kind of let their friends see their vulnerability. So at that particular point, they won't begin to make jokes or just make light of the situation that. But another thing is that for rejection, a painful breakup, like if that teenager is already in that, maybe already in that relationship, and the person that they are in a relationship with, the person they are dating, breaks their heart, it may also influence the subsequent view that they will have a bad relationship. Some of them may become more cautious and guided. Then some of them may begin to have kind of unhealthy attachment style. That's the reason why you see some adults today, they bleed on others. Something that you didn't do, you are not the one that broke their heart. But in this, they are new in subsequent relationship, they become too, they don't even want to give themselves to you. Understand? They keep
transfer of
aggression. They begin to build walls around themselves that you cannot even, the person might even have a beautiful personality or a beauty, you understand, but they cannot really express themselves in love. It becomes a problem to this person, and this person may even have their best interest in art, so it limits their ability to fully love.
Okay, thank you so much, Abigail. Now we have another very important break, and when we return, it will be time to wrap things up on the program. It's great to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and this is the final lap of the program. Now, Isioma, there are certain teenagers who do not know how to handle feelings of infatuation, crush, and all whatnot. Okay, they have certain feelings about a person, but they don't know how to process it, and some of them get into trouble in the process of trying to, express it. So how do you think they should do that? And for those who are not, who are totally clueless, what do you think adults, like their parents, guardians, instructors, and people around them should do to help them manage it?
Okay, so I'll start with the teenagers. First of all, you need to know that you are enough.
Okay.
You are a gift to your world. Regardless of what anybody says, or tells you, or makes you feel. That's one. Then secondly, it's very important that the teenager knows that a relationship didn't work out well doesn't actually mean you won't have any other beautiful relationship. So that helps you in the healing process, because I've seen cases where, oh, because this person rejected me, I just feel worthless. I just feel, oh, maybe there's really a problem with me. No, it might just be that two of you were not meant to. That's one. Then it usually becomes more complicated when sex is involved, and that's why that's a topic for another day. Yeah, so as much as possible, we always say, that's why there's a passage in the Bible that will say, don't stir up love, because when you stir, once you light that matches, it's like a wildfire. You can't control it. But that's topic for another day. So when sex is not involved, it's much easier. When sex is involved, it's more complicated. So I'm taking it when sex is not involved. First of all is that you need to tell yourself that you are enough. And that means it's a process that you will heal from. Take your time and heal. Get on a hobby that is healthy. If it's something that you're going to do to relax yourself, get as for yourself to be, yes, as a form of distraction. Next, you need to disconnect.
From?
Actively disconnect from the person. Yes.
Like you avoid them totally.
Avoid.
Because let's still be friends.
Yes. The reason is this: you need to really process what has happened and know how you are going to move forward. You can't say you're moving forward and still be looking backward. So if it means all those midnight calls, midnight chats, let it just be. If we're on the same class group, we maintain the class group. If we're on the same church, or we maintain it.
What if the person keeps, reaching out somehow?
He keeps reaching out. It's the way you respond that will not let the person know that the status has changed. Then finally, you need to find people, a community, a support system. Very important. So that's why it's very good to have good friends. Bible says iron sharpeneth iron. So when you have good friends around you and you have a healthy support system around you, they help you to come out from such guilt trip or feeling of depression or inadequacy. That's on the side of the teenager. For the parents, please always provide a healthy space for them to thrive. Every one of us, we've made mistakes or we've made wrong decisions that we don't like. But again, there was someone who was there stretching out hands for us to pull us back up and tell us that's not where we're stopping. We can move further than that. Even in cases where pregnancy is involved, or you need to let this child know that there still lies a lot ahead of them that they can fulfill. And again, as a parent, you should be able to set healthy boundaries. Sister Abigail mentioned it when she was saying it. As much as you want to be that parent that is 21st century and is free.
Liberal.
There must be healthy boundaries for the child, beyond which they shouldn't cross. And then finally, you must verbalize your love for them and let them know it in your actions, in your deed. Nothing stops you from taking your daughter on a dinner. So that the next time a classmate is taking them a dinner, it doesn't begin to wind their head as though it's something out of place. Or a family picnic or things like that that helps them to know that you can actually have a healthy relationship with opposite sex without anything sexual being involved. That way they are able to manage their feelings even when this infatuation, because secrecy is the power of sin. You know those ones that you want to do in corners where nobody will see you. Those are the ones that lead to problems.
Thank you so very much, Isioma. Abigail, your final word on this.
The final word I would just like to give to parents, I think the foundation of everything is what matters. I know, you know, some people will tell you that for teenagers, their peers, the social media, the society, culture have a kind of a strong influence over them. But studies will also tell you that even as with those influence, external influence, the parents, the home still have the strongest influence over the lives of the children. So what I would say is that for parents, every parent should nurture their children. The Bible says, train up a child in the way he should go. So I mentioned something earlier. I said every parent has a vision. There's a vision you have for your child. This is how I want my children to, this standard I want like your values. Every family should have a value. Like when we talk about values, a kind of a guide to principles on how you live your life. If I have these values, an example of a family value, I can have a value on, okay, I don't want my children to date as teenagers. I want them to be more matured. So I need to communicate these values to them. You don't just keep it to yourself. Another thing that I would also like to encourage parents, I say sometimes parents have these conversations that has to do with relationship, love, infatuation, sex. They only restrict the conversation to the girl child and they just leave the boys to themselves. I would like to encourage parents that whenever you are having this conversation, it is important for you to also bring the boys into the fold, because an untrained boy becomes a problem to the society. There are things we also need to teach our children about consent, even how to handle rejection. The reason why we have some maybe boys taking advantage of girls, even sexually abusing girls to some extent, is because they don't know how to handle rejection. So when you tell them no, they feel that they want to get back, I must get back at you. So these are some conversations that we need to be having with our children. You don't just keep it to yourself, you verbalize it and you keep on. It's not something you just have a one-off conversation and you just keep it there and they just grow up like that. It's something that you have to go back to and kind of encourage them, groom them into the way you want them to be.
All right, thank you so very much, ladies, for a very amazing contribution to the program. I mean, you guys have made my day, because actually I didn't think we're going to move in this direction, but I think you've touched virtually every area that needs to be touched, even though we haven't scratched the surface, because there's a whole lot more to talk about as far as this discourse is concerned. But a big thank you to you for being with me on the show.
Thank you.
It's been Flipside on Independence Television, and I think you've heard from the horse's mouth. These people are not just talking for talking's sake. They are actually teen coaches, like I said in opening. And I'm sure that a whole lot has been said so far. And just like the adage says, the word is enough for the wise. Now, it's not a bad thing to be attracted to someone, but what you do with that attraction is very important. Okay, it's not enough to just say, oh, I like this person. You must understand certain other things like, you know, trust, faithfulness, and then of course, what exactly is it about that person that, you know, is attracting you? Is it just the outlook, the, you know, outward outlook, or, you know, certain qualities about that person that, you know, you like? Are these qualities sustainable? Are these qualities able to attract you or keep you glued for a very long time? And these are the very important things that you must consider as a teenager. My name is Harry Igbo-J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, But the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
aṣáájú ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Àyàbá sọ́kì ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Àlàyé àtọ́jú ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV,
certainly the best.
All right, thank you so much for joining us on the program Woman to Woman. I'm Adesuwa Sawage, and today on the program we want to look at prioritizing yourself as a woman, prioritizing yourself as a woman. Suffice to say, let the woman breathe. You know, a lot of women do so much more than they can handle, and just because they are women, they just keep going. A woman can be doing 5 things at the same time. She multitasks, and at the end of the day, what does she get for it? Sometimes nothing. Other times she may be rewarded, and all of this most often in time goes without commendation. And this is telling on the woman. In this 2026, a woman should breathe. Just because a woman is a wife, or a woman is a daughter, a woman is just a woman, does not mean she should be a beast of burden. So that's what we want to talk about today on the program Woman to Woman. I already have Favor Eniye Omorege in the house. She is a nurse, a pastor, a counselor, a lecturer at the College of Nursing Sciences, University of Benin Teaching Hospital. And she's a woman you want to meet, particularly when you need that person to talk to you about something you don't really want to let out. But she's one of those few persons that you can talk to. They promote you now, so good.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Nice being with us this evening. Happy New Year once again.
Okay, thank you. And hopefully Dorcas will be able to join us via Zoom. We're trying to fix 1 or 2 things right now. Dorcas Onoga is a counselor, a PR practitioner, and she's going to be joining us via Zoom from Benin City. All right, Favor, let's go to our topic now. You know, prioritizing yourself as a woman, let the woman breathe is a lot. So, how does prioritizing oneself, what does it mean to you as a woman, prioritizing yourself?
When we talk about prioritizing ourselves as women, it's talking about you putting yourself first, you know, acquiring some importance to yourself as a woman, seeing yourself as very, very important. Important enough to be first. than being second. So when we're looking at prioritizing yourself as a woman, we're looking at you setting boundaries, having limits to care for yourself before you look at any other thing or any other person. Putting yourself first at every point in time, irrespective of what the society says, what the people around you says. Put yourself first as a woman. Consider yourself before others. Even the Bible says that you should love your neighbor as yourself. So love yourself first. Before you talk about your husband, before you talk about your children, before you talk about siblings and the society.
Okay, will that not make a woman look selfish? Because the kind of training that most of us got is this fact that you should take care of your family when you're married, you take care of your children, you take care of the husband, you take care of the in-laws, you take care of everybody around you, and then you now end up being the last person on the list. So how can a Nigerian woman, when Edo State Nanabe, so how can a Nigerian woman, an Edo woman, put herself first? Because we often put others first, like you rightly mentioned, before ourselves at any cost. No matter what, you put others first for. So what are the things we should do specially to make sure that we put ourselves first? How can we do that? How can we achieve that?
One of the things we should do as women to put ourselves first is, first and foremost, you should have time to rest. Have time for rest. Set your priorities. You know, when you arrange activities that you have, which suits you best? Okay. You know, don't always look at the one that suits A first, or what will others say. No. Avoid perfectionism by all means. You know, women would like to be perfect, doing everything in a perfect way. No. What suits you? What's okay with you? Not what Mr. A thinks. Not what other person thinks about you.
But you know, we thrive on that issue. We listen to what people say.
Lord.
What will people say? What will society say? How will society judge us? How will the church judge us? You know, things like that.
Very well. In this new year, I want to beg us as women, if we must set ourselves as priorities, then look beyond what people say. Whether you like it or not, people will definitely talk. No. So knowing that people will definitely talk, you should consider yourself before considering any other person. All right. How do you do this? Set your boundaries. Have, you know, timelines on what you want to do, how you intend to achieve them, without unnecessarily pressurizing yourself. Don't put yourself under any pressure.
A lot of women have set that boundaries you've been talking about.
Okay.
A lot of women have. And a lot of women will continue to set that boundaries. But it gets to a point in that woman's life that that boundaries they have set, they cross it over by themselves. They shift it aside. And it is because of, what will my in-laws say if she's a married woman? What will that, it's like society have kind of set these invisible rules that a woman follows stricto sensu. How do we deal with the issue of society? And how can a woman, like, just dust your ears, grow a thick skin? It's easier said than done. True. You know, easier said than done. So how can a woman set that boundaries for herself, ignoring whatever the society is going to say? It's even your husband that will judge you first. It's even the husband that will judge you first.
Very well, it starts from the, judgment starts from the house, see, from the home.
When did all this one start? You know, so how can that woman set that boundary, hold it and own it, and say, look, this is boundary, this is me time, don't cross it?
Fine. One of the ways to set these boundaries and own it is, you know, delegate duties. It's not compulsory you must do it. Okay. What's important is some of these things should be done. It's not compulsory, it has to be you. Delegate duties. You know, learn to allow other persons do some of these things that
you think. What if you don't have those other persons to do those things? What do you do? You know, like in some homes, some men would never accept their wives to have maids.
True.
All right?
Very well.
So how can that woman delegate? Before you answer that question, let's quickly meet Dorcas. Dorcas, how are you doing? Hello, Dorcas.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm sure you can hear me now.
I can hear you very well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me on the show today.
Okay.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. So we're looking at you and I as women, how to prioritize ourselves first, because we are used to putting every person first before ourselves. We think ourselves last. A woman is sick, and some other persons are sick around her. She wants to deal with those that are sick first before she remembers herself. She usually jettisons her own self-care. So what does prioritizing oneself mean to you as a woman, Dorcas?
As a woman, prioritizing yourself, it will give you the atmosphere for growth, to give you the space for grace, not pressure. It means creating the mental, emotional, and physical space for authentic development. This isn't about isolation, but about intentional honoring yourself, making yourself comes first. Prioritizing yourself, making yourself to know that these are the things I should do, and set boundaries for yourself, just as the first guest has said. It makes you to establish a non-negotiable thing to work with. It means practical strategic withdrawal for certain things that drains you. It means reclaiming your narrative about things. Don't listen to what people have to say, but what you think is best for you. Making yourself comes first. Make yourself
a huge
come
question.
First. Yes.
How can we stop listening to what people say?
How can we let people?
Yes, how can we, you know, build ourselves to stop listening to what people say and just do things that is good for us?
You see, in this life, if we want to do things that pleases people, you will displease yourself. The boundaries are the limits you set to protect your energy, time, emotions, and value. They are not words to keep people at, but get you control, letting in what serves you and filtering out what drains you. So for you to be able to set boundaries for yourself, you have to have self-awareness. Who are you? What are the things that drains you? What are the things that energizes you? So it's not left for you to decide which to follow. If you want to prioritize yourself, then you go for the ones that energizes you. So how do you feel? Do you feel resentful? Whatever it is, if anybody is crossing your boundary, how do you handle it? So when you are able to identify your core value, then you'll be able to protect what matters most to you as a woman.
Well, will that not be like you're being selfish? Because in trying to create time for self-care and own your own space, focus on those things that energizes you, and then discard all of those that drain you, would that not look like the woman is being selfish and self-centered?
No. Setting boundaries is self-respect and not selfishness. You have to recognize the fact that you cannot pour out from an empty cup. You have to be full for you to be able to fill others. So prioritizing yourself gives you that room to be able to develop yourself and make yourself full before you can put into others, because you cannot fill from an empty cup.
Okay.
You understand? So you cannot fill from an empty cup. So you have to be full yourself. You want to understand that healthy boundary actually improves our relationship. So with that, you have to set that boundary that gives you that atmosphere to create healthy relationship.
Okay, thank you, Dorcas. All right, and let me come back to you now. You were going to give me an answer to the question I asked. So how do we do it? What are the tips? What are those secret things you need to tell us today on how to, because you are talking about setting boundaries. Dorcas is saying setting boundaries, discard all of those things that drain you, concentrate on positive energy and all of that. So how do we achieve it? To say it is so easy and cheap, you know, without sounding like a motivational speaker, how do we get it?
One of the ways is pamper yourself, as simple as it sounds. Pamper yourself.
Okay.
You know, give yourself a treat. Rather than always being, and be self-confidence. Be confident in yourself, to know yourself well enough to know when you have gotten or you are approaching your boundaries. You know, sometimes when we are talking about these setting boundaries, we do assume that we have done our boundary setting and we go crossing it. Why? Because we don't even value ourselves. When you add some little value to yourself as a woman, you will for sure want to keep yourself healthy, want to be fine. You know, if the best way to be there for others is to first be there for yourselves, for yourself rather. When you are there for yourself, you are strong enough to wage others when they need your support. But if you are not strong, you've not taken care of yourself, then you are going to be as good as a very weak pillar without strength. So strengthen yourself from within first. By so doing, you'll be setting for some very beautiful boundaries. And also, another thing is take out time to rest. Take out time to sleep. Take out time to drink water. Take enough fluid. Address yourself. Be well. Go for medical checkups. You know, all of these. By so doing, you are setting boundaries. You are helping yourself so that others will not cross your boundaries. If you tell somebody by 10 a.m., this is what I do, this is my schedule, and by 10 a.m., you don't want disturbance, put your phone on flight mode. Another challenge that we have as women is our phones. You know, you can say you are setting boundaries and you're always on the screen, you know, chatting, sending messages, and the person you told you had boundary will be wondering, I see my wife that says she's setting boundary. She's been online since morning. I beg, mother, come and cook, Joe, you know, and all of that. Why? Because you've not respected your boundary. Respect your boundary before you start looking for others that are going to respect your boundary.
Okay, we'll take a very short break here. When we come back, we'll continue and, of course, end the show. Just stay with us. Something was just going through my mind when that advert was on, prioritizing yourself, prioritizing self-care and all of that. I'm just wondering how many women will take our time to like break that circle. Prioritize yourself. Come to this couples classic. Even though it's that couples classic, you can actually come alone. That's why you should be able to earn your own money and, you know, flex with it. That's one of the things you should indulge in. If you know they earn money, you know the answer. So just find time to come and unwind at the Couples Classic. I'm expecting you, Favor. And Dorcas, I'm also expecting you. All right, moving on. It's been said that women are the problems of women. But is it possible for a woman to help another woman to prioritize herself, prioritize self-care? Is it possible, Favor?
Very well.
How?
Very, very well. As women, we can prioritize ourselves and assist or help our neighbors, our fellow women, prioritize themselves.
How?
How? Counseling.
Okay.
You have a friend that is worked up. You just know that this person is just at the verge of breaking down. Talk the person out of that problem. You can help by counseling, encourage, motivate these persons. You know, whatever they are doing that they are doing right, praise them. Praise the little effort you see these people putting in. You know, don't join the male folks. Don't join other persons to castigate women. That's words. Women are enemies of women. In a lot of ways, you can look around in our society. Women, we have a way of fighting ourselves, and it's not the best. When you just bring an issue that concerns a woman to the media, you see women flocking in and, you know, they want to crucify her, crucify her. But in the midst of that, let's see the strength of every woman around us.
Okay.
And help uphold their strength. When you help the woman close to you uphold her strength, you know, you are helping prioritize that particular woman. And she starts seeing the gold in her and wants to cherish it and keep it. But at the time you join the cultural norms and everything to bring her down, she was like, if I go now, they will join my husband. If I go, they will say the husband is always right. So there's no need. But sometimes let's learn to tell ourselves the truth. Learn to encourage your fellow woman.
All right, thank you for that. Dorcas, you know, there are some women who are very busy. Even when they are not working, they are busy. Doing house chores is not an easy task, but some persons see it as ordinary. Is it not just to do this or to do that? But it's a very serious business. So how can a busy woman fit into this self-care business that we have brought this afternoon to every woman out there? How can a busy woman whose schedule is very tight, how can she bring out time for that her tight schedule to enjoy prioritizing herself or to have that me time?
Okay. For that, I'll talk about SWOT analysis here. Know yourself. Know your strengths, your weakness, opportunities, and threats.
Okay.
So I will say we should take two here, which is this: your strength and your opportunity. What are the things that you will do that will strengthen you? Like I have earlier mentioned. So these are the things you should focus yourself in. How do you plan your day? What are the things that you do that gives you energy, that makes you to have joy and satisfaction? These are the things you should concentrate on. Then we talk about the opportunities. What are the opportunities out there? The opportunities that will make you to improve on yourself. The opportunity that will create the room for you, despite your busy schedule, to still have fun for yourself as a woman, that will in turn bring satisfaction to you. So you go for those opportunities in your busy schedule. You can say, oh, once in a week, this and these are the things I will be doing. I will be joining this conference. I will be holding this meeting that is going to take place. I will be attending this meeting. So by so doing, you are creating time for yourself. You are fulfilling your work as a woman. Despite your busy schedule, you also be able to cope all through. You make sure that both sides, no one suffers. You are able to give out that which is required of you to give out, and at the same time, you are able to satisfy yourself as a woman by knowing your strengths. Thank
you, Dorcas. We're pressed for time. All right, Favor, what's your parting statement now, or parting sentence to our men who are watching this program, who have women who work from dawn to dusk without taking rest? What's their involvement in all of this? Because they must be involved.
Yes, they have to be involved.
It's just one sentence, please.
Our men, please encourage your women. Make them happy.
Okay.
A happy woman will prolong your life and make your children healthy children too.
Okay, Dorcas, what's yours?
The men should try as much as possible to support the women. Money is not everything. Ways of encouragement, good ways. Support them, greeting them, acknowledging their strength, acknowledging their efforts, praising them in whatever thing they are doing to ensure that the family is moving and healthy. When you give her, when you appreciate somebody, you are able to make her to do more for the family.
All right, thank you so much, Dorcas, for finding time to be with us on the program, despite all of that you told me earlier on. Don't worry, you'll be fine, okay? So get well as soon as you can. We'll miss you on the show. And Favor, thank you so much, too, for finding time to join us. We'll see you again very soon. Woman, prioritize yourself. Learn to breathe. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to another edition of the program, Hitches and Voices, on independent television and radio. Don't forget, Hitches and Voices is coming to you live on independent television and independent radio. Welcome to today's edition. It promises to be super exciting as I have a very special guest with me in the studio today. My guest is special because her story is inspiring. Her story is that of resilience, determination, and courage. If you've been following us on Hitches and Voices, you know that we've referenced one name a lot, and that is Kindness Idahosa, who survived all odds to become who she is today in life. And we decided that rather than just referencing her story in our program, let's bring her to the studio to come tell her story herself, how she moved from zero to becoming a hero, or in this case, a heroine, how she has moved from grass to grace. Her journey with NAVID is indeed a very inspiring story. I just want you to relax and follow us as we take a ride with Kindness Idahosa. Kindness, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you, Mr. Kingsley.
Okay, like I said in my introduction, we've talked about you on this program. The Executive Director, NAVID, in previous edition has had the cause to mention you in some of our conversation, how you rose against all odds to becoming who you are today. For the purpose of those who are watching and listening right now, I want you to take us through that journey. Just let us know how your story with NAVID, how it started.
Okay, thank you, Kingsley. My story is simple, but inspiring, and maybe, just maybe. In the year 2000, I became disabled due to a health condition called hereditary sensory motor neuropathy. So in that particular year, I just rounded my GSS2. I was promoted to GSS3. I was attending Asoro Grammar School then, but due to my challenge, I couldn't continue with my education. So I just stopped there in GSS2. That was the year 2000. From that 2000, I was at home doing nothing. It was a painful experience, waking up every day in the same house, watching other kids, going to school, those who are learning one trade or the other, going out to learn their trade. While I was just there, I was more like wasting away. It was a painful experience for me, because at a point, I was thinking, if I have the same opportunity like these other kids going to school or learning one trade or the other, I will be able to excel just the way they were doing, or even better than them. But unfortunately, the opportunity was not just there. So I remained like that for good 13 years. I was a school dropout, not just due to my disability, but rather due to lack of opportunity as a person with disability. So I was a school dropout from the year 2000 to 2013. In the year 2013, someone introduced me to NAVID. So she told me that she held an advert about NAVID on radio. They were giving a scholarship to persons with disability who, due to their disability, they were not able to sponsor themselves in school. So she asked me if I would be interested. I quickly grabbed the opportunity, because that was the opportunity I was looking for. I did not consider the fact that I've spent so much years at home. I didn't consider the fact that I was going to be the oldest student in that school, probably older than some of my teachers. I did not also consider the fact that people would talk, people would gossip, so a lot of things. But I was just trying all my best to ensure that my life did not just waste. I did not just live a wasted life. Because for me, I was just wasting away at home. I knew my capacity. I knew what I was able to do as a person. Even right from a child, I believed in myself. But things just happened like that. So that year, now I applied for NAVID scholarship. So NAVID was able to enroll me back to school. I went back to Idia College in the year 2013. I started school all over again from JSS2. It was more like a joke. People were talking, saying a lot of things. Is this how you are going to go back to school after dropping out of school for 13 years? You are not going to find your mates, age mates in that school and all that. But I did not listen to all those conversations because I just wanted to be somebody. I don't want to be dependent in life. I just wanted to be myself despite my disability. So NAVIT continued my sponsorship all through my secondary school. I completed my secondary school in the year 2017, and I also wrote JAMB the same year. And by the grace of God, my JAMB came out successfully. I wrote the Uniben post-UTME, and my result was also okay. I was offered admission the same year, 2017, to study law in Uniben. By the grace of God, I went through Uniben for 5 years. Yes, but because of the coronavirus and the ASU strike and all that, it was more than 5 years, so there was delay somehow. Thank God I went to Uniben from 100 level till I graduated in 2018. Sorry, in 2023. I graduated in 2023 with a 2-1. From that 100 level till I graduated, there was no carryover. So I went through Uniben successfully, all because of NAVIT, because NAVIT sponsored my education. Then in 2024, I applied for the Nigerian Law School. Thank God, NAVIT was also there. They were one of my biggest sponsors. They provided me with laptop and other financial assistance as well. So thank God I went through the Nigerian Law School and I also came out successfully. And by the grace of God, September 24 last year, I was called to the Nigerian Bar as a barrister and solicitor.
Beautiful.
Of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. So today, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be a part of the largest bar in Africa, all because NAVIT came to my rescue. So sometimes I'll just sit down and be thinking, I don't know if I would have still been alive. I don't know how my life would have turned out if NAVIT had not come to my rescue in that year 2013. So today, I'm glad to be called a barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, all because of NAVIT.
Wow, I mean, I'm struggling to find the words now, but I'll try my best. I mean, you were out of school for 13 years.
Yeah.
You know, when a child with disability is born, it is often welcomed with shock and disbelief. And sometimes it leads to trading of blames by parents. And what follows after is rejection. And after which the victim resigned to fate. I mean, you were out of school for 13 years. What kept you going? I mean, what gave you that courage, that hope that you could still go back to school and make a meaning out of your life? And what was also responsible for you staying at home for 13 years? Was it because your parents or guardian were not aware that there were opportunities out there? Was it that they decided not to focus on you? They felt it would be a waste of time? You really can amount to nothing? What was responsible for your staying at home? Or could it be that the finance wasn't just there to power your education? These are two questions.
Thank you. Well, first of all, you asked me what kept me going all through this year. Well, I can say the first thing that kept me going was just my faith in God. I'm actually a Christian. And secondly, I read a lot. Then I was just at home. There was one of my church members there. She do supply me. She normally supply me motivational books. So I read a lot, even till now. So then I was always reading one book or the other. If not just for anything else, because I was having this belief that one day maybe I will have the opportunity of coming out to speak among other students that went to school, among other people that went to school. Because I was not really having that hope that one day I will ever go back to school. I was just reading for self-development. Since there was no opportunity for me to go to school, so I just said, let me be reading and then develop myself. Then, for the other aspects, although I cannot say the money was actually there, the finances wasn't really there, but I cannot really say it is because the finances was not there. Because even though the finances was not there, other of my kids, my younger one, they were going to school. I also have this belief that even if the finances was there, there's no way my parents would have sent me to school. Because they are all, you know, in this part of the world, people hardly believe on persons with disability. The moment they see a disabled child or a disabled person, they have this belief that the person's life is condemned. The person will not be able to do anything again. So my own family or my parents, they were not left out of that belief. Yes, they were not left out. So even as at the time I was applying for NAVI scholarship and all that, I didn't even tell anybody because I don't want anybody to discourage me. It was after everything I worked out, they have enrolled me when I was going to leave that I told them that I was going back to school. So as at that point, there was nothing they could do about it.
But did they believe that
they knew they had nothing to lose? They knew they had nothing to lose. So they were just watching me, doing my thing myself, you know. So even, let me tell you, even when I gained admission, I told my dad then of blessed memory, I said, I've gotten admission to study law in Uniben. He was surprised. I was like, law?
All right.
How? Is that what you asked for? How are you going to do it? Can you do it? He was afraid, and I told him, like, those people studying law, they don't have two heads. They have one head, just like myself.
And disability is not a barrier.
I will be able to do it.
Yeah. All right.
So he was like, okay, no problem. Then my problem was not just the disability, it was that lack of opportunity.
Yes.
Yes, which I didn't get from any other place.
All right.
Until NAVI stepped into my condition.
Beautiful. Once more, I want to say a big thank you to NAVI for stepping in. We'll go on a quick break now. We're not done with Kindness Idahosa, proudly to say Esquire. She's telling her story with us in the studio today. We'll go on a quick break. Don't forget the program is Hitches and Voices, coming to you on independent television and radio. Alright, I'm beaming with smiles. If you just watched that clip, that was the Edo State as SSG, Secretary to the State Government, proudly announcing that Kindness Idahosa will be given an automatic employment into the Edo State Civil Service. That was on the occasion of the third the Rights Above Charity lecture, which held on the 3rd of December last year to mark the International Day for Persons with Disability. And that day will be memorable for NAVID and memorable for Kindness Idahosa. Having gone through the university studying law and having gone through law school, NAVID didn't just end there. We had to push, we had to step up the advocacy to ensure that Kindness Idahosa find herself not in the labor market, but in the within the working population. And today, she is working with the Edo State Ministry of Justice. And so, Kindness, how does that make you feel?
I feel very, very great, and I will forever remain grateful to NAVID and His Excellency, the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebolo, for giving me that opportunity to be gainfully employed with the Ministry of Justice, Edo State. So I feel very, very happy.
You know, one of the challenges that persons with disability are faced with, or part of the challenges they are faced with, is that we sometimes have the opportunity to go to school, but getting job becomes pretty difficult. Did you imagine that it will come this quick Did you imagine that you would graduate and find yourself where you are today?
Of course, I never imagined that it would be that fast. All through the period I was going to school, I just decided not to think about it. Yes, I decided not to think about it, or that we'll get to the bridge, we'll cross. But I never thought it was going to be that easy, it was going to be that quick. So that's why I'm very, very happy, and for all those that made it possible, most especially NAVIS and those state governments. So I will forever remain grateful to them.
So, I mean, there are people who are watching right now, and I'll be wondering, particularly persons within the community of persons with disability, whose story might be similar to your story. You've just made us realize that disability can never be a barrier if you put your mind to it, if you focus on what you want to do. What would you be saying to this community of persons? And there are persons without disability who are also watching, who have one challenge or the other. What will you be telling them?
Well, for those out there with one form of disability or the other, I just want you to know that you are not useless. I just want you to know that you can make it. So whenever you have the opportunity, whether to go to school or to learn a trade, or you find yourself working in one place or the other, you don't need to look down on yourself. You just know that you can make it. Disability is never a barrier. Disability is not a barrier. It's just a mindset. It's a mindset. So for persons out there who are without disability, I want you to know as well that persons with disability, they are first of all persons before the disability. They should be treated as human beings. You cannot look at a person with a disability and then be looking down on them as if they cannot achieve anything in life. And you still need to learn from us and give us the opportunity to be ourselves and to actualize our dreams.
All right, let me take you through your university days, going to law school. It looks all rosy, but I'm sure it's not as easy as it sounds or as it seems. We know that for persons who are on wheelchair, accessibility to public buildings, it's one of the biggest challenges that you people have faced with. How was that for you, going to school? What were those infrastructural challenges that you went through?
Well, for me as a wheelchair user, the main infrastructural challenges that I went through was that of accessibility. It wasn't that much pronounced in Uniben because in my faculty, they have ramps and the conveniences was accessible. Even the hostel that I stayed, they have special rooms for persons with disability in Uniben, and I stayed in that hostel all through the 5 years.
That's your faculty?
Yes.
Speaking for your faculty now?
No, Uniben hostel. The hostel that I stayed in Uniben, they had some reserved rooms there, and it was very convenient for me.
Okay, so the hostels are accessible for persons with disability?
I cannot say all, but the particular hostel that I stayed all through my stay at university was accessible. But when I went to Lagos campus, Nigerian Law School, I had a very big issue with accessibility. Because of the way the lecture hall was built, you have to climb stairs before you can access it. Although they tried to kind of reconstruct a ramp on it, but it wasn't properly made. So I would need up to like 3 persons to lift my chair up before I can access the lecture hall. And if there's any reason for me to go out to ease myself, I would need up to 3 persons, 2. And because of that, I wouldn't want to start stressing people. There's no way I would start calling 3 persons when lecture is going on that I want to go out. So because of that, sometimes I see myself holding urine for like even hours, even when I know perfectly well that it was not good for my health. So that was a very big challenge for me. So even there in the hostel, the Nigerian campus, Lagos, Nigerian Law School, the Lagos campus, the The hostel, the conveniences too, it was too narrow. Even the wheelchair cannot enter. Even when I use my walker, I can't even enter. So it was just manage. I would just manage the situation all through. So it wasn't really easy for me. Accessibility was a very big problem for me at the law school. But in Unibank, it wasn't that pronounced for me as a wheelchair user. Because I remember a particular course I was offering in the I think, Faculty of Arts. The lecture was to be held upstairs. And because of me, the lecturer assured me that he was going to bring down that lecture. So all through that period, the lecture was held downstairs, just for my sake. So it wasn't much an issue for me as a wheelchair user in Unibank. I'm talking as from the perspective of someone that studied law, because I'm not too used to other departments, other faculties. So I can't really talk much about the accessibility of this other department. But for Faculty of Law, it was accessible for me as a wheelchair user. Yes, the only part that was not accessible for me was the library. So when I'm accessing the library, I'll still need like 2 or 3 persons to help lift up my chair.
I'm wondering, because I know of a lady who dropped out of school because of similar challenge. She said she was tired of people lifting her up the staircase like a bag of rice. It was dehumanizing. She couldn't continue that on a daily basis, and she dropped out of school. But this didn't matter to you at all?
At all. Because the desire to make it, the desire to be independent, the desire not just to be looking at other people before I can feed. Because of that, I was able to overcome all the challenges, all the stress, or the discrimination wasn't that pronounced in Unibank. Even at the law school, it wasn't pronounced. But every other challenges, I was able to overcome them because of that desire just to become someone in life.
Beautiful. Her determination to become someone in life was what spurred her on to become who she is today. And for you out there, whether you have a disability or not, you can make it if you put your heart to it. It's a wrap on the program today, but before I go, I'd like to say shout out to the Faculty of Law, University of Benin, for making their faculty very accessible for wheelchair users. And I think other faculties within the university can borrow what the Faculty of Law is doing to make their lecture complexes, their hostel, more accessible for persons with disability. We are talking about inclusive education now. And also, I want to say a very big thank you once more to the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, for putting a smile on the face of kindness, Idahosa and the family. I'm sure you are walking the talk when it comes to inclusion and access for persons with disability, as well as the Edo State Secretary, the Secretary of the Edo State Government, for putting all the effort to ensure that kindness is where she is today. And to Navid for making advocacy a reality in Edo State and indeed in Nigeria. I want to say a big thank you to Navid. It's a wrap on the program today. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Kindness once more. Thank you for coming on Hitches and Voices.
Thank you, Mr. Kingsley.
We'll do this again. Till then, spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Atọ́dé atọ́jú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ sọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá atọ́jú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ sọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àlàyé atọ́jú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ sọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.